All right, guys. Good morning. A little late. Get get rolling here. Market's about to open. Got about 2 minutes. And we've got HLBZ here, SPY over here. Just tweet out. Let's see. And market's open. Here we go. And ripping. All right. Get you Discordians. I might take profits on HLBZ. Get me logged in. Okay. Close out HLBZ. Might re-enter. We'll see. BoxD had a gap up, and GNS had a little gap up. BBBY gap down, but I think it recovered some. Coming into open. Oh, this is so messed up, markets. If it dumps today, I'm gonna be sad. Good morning, MT. Hey, Sally. Morning, X-Ray. Hey, man. I think it could. Morning time's exciting though, and with a gap up like that, I'm gonna just jump out and let it settle down. Yeah, I mean, it kind of retested that high in pre-market, so it could move on up. I'm just gonna chill for a bit. Wayfair doing stuff. Yeah, I think that's from earnings, right? BBBY is still good, dude. This thing could be green end of day. Good morning, David. Good morning, Alessandro. Good morning, Smith. Yep, see there BBBY goes. SPY. Inversing SPY. GME's down a little bit. Man, that OPEX like totally flushed out my account, which is good. Got rid of all of that junk in there. Just the monthly cleansing of worthless long trades. And unfortunately, that there's a pop in the futures market that stopped out my futures. So I wrote it all the way down from here, all the way through this, and then the market is so awesome. It just does a complete reversal because of OPEX and the shenanigans that go on there. And now we're right back up where we were. Crazy. Set up. Today, not necessarily. Could be today, but might not happen until tomorrow. BoxD, nice gap up. HLBZ is just consolidating for now. And get some. I have to get back into a ES because lost those positions. One of these times, if I hold, it's going to just actually be the top and it's going to keep coming down, not just have this fake out reversal. Now we're trading back up these levels where we were at before when I opened it, literally right here. But we could be like about to short squeeze basically the whole market with how that OPEX went. I guess we've got a lot of earnings to kind of decide, but it never flipped bearish on the daily, which I didn't like. And the hourly went from very bearish to very bullish. So probably if it moves past our kind of resistance here, probably move up to that 400 and see if it breaks there, then I should probably go long because I think we'll see 408, 405 at least. And that could all be coming because we're expecting a move on GME also. So yeah, 400 is the next level up. If we break that pre-market, I might just go long there. Really don't want to trade it too soon though. How's BoxD holding up? Holding up well. BoxD with the gap up. We had these shares and I ended up closing out of them. Well, all pretty small plays. Let's say UNG demand. GME staying pretty flat. So today's the day I want to enter positions. If it stays mellow, then I'll wait until at least a couple hours into the day to try and get the volatility out of the way. So far we've got on options I have 22.30 call debit spreads on GME. And then of course all the shares. All right, got a few more long puts for margin. I was about 300 shy. Not gonna do cover calls on it for now, so I don't need those shares. Use them for collateral. Wow, I had so much stuff expire on Friday. That's crazy. Up, down, or up? Hasn't Wayfair been moving? Yeah, Wayfair's been moving. It started 2 days ago on Thursday. Or, yeah, Thursday after hours, Friday. Pre-market. No volume on GME. I might short puts today, honestly, to start it, and then we'll see. Okay. BBY opened up below that support. Whoa, what was that? It was a quick candle to the downside there. See that? You see it on the hourly. That was crazy. Yeah, my next line on here is 31.29, which basically just hit on that wick. Let's see what, that's kind of a soft level though. Yeah, next level is 2816, which is probably that 3 even. Probably these highs right here. Yeah. See if it finds that.
Where's my sweater?
I'm not sure, bud.
If I go,
I don't know.
but can you find my sweater?
No, I can't find it. No GNS bad stock. It's holding up pretty well. Nice little consolidation here. $300K sell order on BBY 336. Yeah, that hit pretty violently. GME is flat. Yeah, might not be till tomorrow. It starts to get exciting. What? Okay. I might do short puts on GME today. Able to roll down my BBBYs to 7.5 for next Friday. Here we go. Market's moving up. Pull up the nat gas chart over here. Did have a bit of a gap up, 8%. Wayfair 23%. Avia. We're talking about Avia? Yeah, it hasn't done well though. Yeah. IRNT. This thing looks pretty nice. Box D looks like it's rallying. Yep. Moving back up. This coming down. What is this? Why does this look so funny? Oh. Oh, what? Did it just wick down there? Holy crap. It wicked down to that. I'm like, I don't recognize that wick. BBY is pretty volatile this morning. Yeah, HLBZ announced that on Friday pre-market. We started rallying that then. Yeah, that was a crazy red candle on BBY. That's I didn't even recognize the chart. I'm like, what happened? What? Maybe I'm not surprised if I didn't run last week. So dangerous, yeah, for sure. Running into a OPEX is really weird. Also, that's like way too bullish. Yeah, February 1st is when they have to pay their interest on their debt, I think. So if they don't pay it, I think they have a 30-day window before they get delisted, I think. Something like that. Or just, default, rather. HLB is moving up a little bit. Box, this is a pretty big level, so I probably will take a long up here if it confirms that breakout, I think. Yeah. Oh, GME's going. I like $20. I'll buy some shares. I'll get some shares. Okay, I'm gonna be kind of start to scale in here a little bit. BBY not feeling it. Volume's still really low, but trying to get a position scaled in today. If it starts to rally today, then definitely need to be ready. But don't want to get too jumpy. $20 is a good price. I was hoping to get closer to this double bottom, but it would have had to happen more on yesterday and then today, which the market kind of that gap up and how bullish it was on Friday. Doesn't seem like GME is going to come down anymore for now. Okay, got IRA shares. Still have a ton of capital to put into it. So since I have all these roadblocks to slow me down, it's beneficial. Trading on different accounts or different brokerages slows down my entry. 20 is kind of probably a pretty big level though. What's AMC doing? Sort of deal. I wonder if SPY breaks at this 397 level, GME might start ripping. All right, I'm gonna get some more shares. I feel like that break of 20 is gonna get pretty gnarly. SPY is now breaking that level. Watch GME. GME is just low volume gapping. That's crazy. Just a super illiquid move up. Give me another 1.1 million on iBorrow. That sometimes signifies we're about to rally though, when they start piling up the shares. Borrow fee's still high and it's actually risen to 21.3. So I mean, it's not always on like, you know, like this rally, there were shares. Let's see. Last time we had a rally with shares. Whoa. Get over there. Oh, there goes SPY. Boom. Patience, patience, patience. Real. Look at that pop. Yep. SPY breaking that high. GME feeling it. It's only been 10 minutes. Ugh. Okay, so I got shares, some shares in all the accounts. Waiting to get more options on GME. All right, I'm gonna go long on a couple micros. I think this breakout's gonna hold. It looks like. I mean that OPEX Friday was just crazy. Big volume too. I mean, we're expecting GME to run. It's probably going to do it with supportive SPY. Premium harvest. Maybe. It could settle down the rest of the day. I'm not thinking GME's going to dip down to 17. It's just not looking like it. I mean, we'll know by end of day. If it happens, I guess it could happen tomorrow, but BBY is getting some of that action too to the upside. Ravana's breaking out. Yep. I think I sold that last week. Yeah, I think I sold that for margin. Oh well. Yep, markets holding that rally, that breakout so far. So 397, let's see. I mean, maybe up here would be another resistance. 98.69. And I think just that 400 level. I think we're probably gonna test that 400. Will happen today or tomorrow or when, I don't know. That's 400. Yeah, it's freaking bullish. All right. Yeah, GameStop volume still sucks. It's getting the support of the market though. This is all looking good for a run, I think, on GME. BBY, I don't know if it's gonna move with GME now or it needs more chilling out. Bought HLBZ? Oh, you mean this morning you bought HLBZ? Yeah, I mean it had a huge gap up and it did retest that high in pre-market, but it'll probably recover, just it needs to settle down first. I don't think the GNS and HLBZ and that whole thing is over at all. The whole move has just been based on nothing so far. Nothing tangible. They haven't offered a dividend. They haven't done a spin-off. They haven't done anything that could potentially force the shorts to close. So there could be all momentum. There could be no closing of shorts there. I feel like GNS there probably is just because of how big of a move, but HLBZ, I don't know. All right, so I got 4 of the long MES. Probably put a stop limit on it. Okay, so Jamie's settling down, not really feeling the heat on that market yet. And the volume's still like off on it, so but it did, you could see it start to get kind of trippy there in the morning, just start to gap. I think we're I think it's about to blow. About to blow. I don't know what's going on with these weird wicks on BBY. It's pretty crazy. A lot less volume than, oh, not a lot less, I guess. Yeah, it's strange. AMC is moving with GME as well. Okay, taking my time. I've still got at least 3 or 4 more buys with shares that I could do. Hitting wash sales on GME. It's screwing up my cost basis. I don't know why it says 32. That's insane. I guess that's from the wash sale. Yeah, because it was 28 before. I couldn't realize that loss, which is fine. I don't need losses right now. But yeah, you just don't know how low it's gonna go. And that bounce was, I mean, 1540. It doesn't make any sense. But natural gas moving up. Rug pulls in crypto. HLBZ is up 20%. Carvana is moving up. FoxD 34%. Yeah, this is kind of a big level, this 298 or 3 really. Kind of be good if that held, I think. Is there a gap down here? Yeah, there's lots of gaps. So 7. We'll see. Yeah, Jimmy's chilling out. That's good. Bottom X. Whoa, look at that move on SPY. What the heck? Okay. Bottom wicks are 10 times the top wicks. Signs of pressure. What top wicks are you comparing it to? Just right now? Pressure to the upside. That probably would have stopped out my future if I had it on there. That was weird. The heck? Putting a stop limit, it's like dancing right there. Why? Why? Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay. Might close this out. I'm gonna close it out for now. Just see if there's a range we get in. Way overbought. And that wick was weird. The futures were just hitting 4,000 too. I think that's maybe what had some of this rejection and weird action. All right, GME is coming back down. Still up 1.5%. Any top wicks, huge bottom wicks? Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Tweezer top? Is that what that is? Tweezer top? Little ADF move on the SPY. Uh, yeah, looks like the SPY rally is continuing. Shook me out. Oh well. It's running pretty hot. Maybe take a short at 400 on SPY. Thing is, the future's already at 4,000. Yeah, another wick down to that $3. That's so weird. And SPY's still moving up. Nvidia. GME's getting a little bit of it. There's still no volume on here though. Box D 41%. Ooh. On a 10%. Hope is 22. It's finding its bounce. GNS. Nice bounce off the support. Still way overbought on the daily. Oh, we're getting a little neg move. Might be a nice entry on neg. Yeah, this looks pretty nice. Thing's still Doing those weird wicks. Hmm. BBBY is not looking too strong. See if it wicks again. I want to watch one. We got weeklies on neg. Nice. Looks like SPY might be topping here for a bit. E-learning services? You're talking about GNS? Oh, yeah. Yeah. All that. Topping out. BBBY. Let's see if it holds up there. INBS. 430%. That ain't bad. Can you please look at Bobby, please? It's not doing anything. Just sitting here. Down. You're down. It's down 6.5%. Still hanging out right at that level. I will continue to cycle through stocks though, because I don't need to look at BBY right now, because my positions on there are pretty well locked. I'm looking for an entry on GME and maybe the SPY. BBY is curious to me how it correlates with all of this. Hope this has a nice bounce up to VWAP. I'm also curious what levels it holds. PLRX 30 to 65. Everything's so bullish since last week. Really, the last like couple weeks. Like it's just slowly gotten more and more bullish. Yeah, I've got Wafer on my watch list here. Seems like a nice big trap for the bulls. See how long it lasts though. It could last a bit. Yes, boom, halted. It was holding that support pretty nice. Now is HLBZ gonna pop with it? Yeah, it looks like a little bit. Interesting. No, I don't have GM long term. I've got enough exposure to auto with Tesla. I'd probably take Ford over GM. So yes, I am crazy. GME popping a little bit here, and the market is not. No volume. When I type in GM, I'm trying to type in GME. uh, Box D kind of tested that resistance up there. Wait, what is that from? I guess it made a new high. Yeah, it made a new high there. Box D might be good. That's a lot of volume too. HLBZ moving right back up. GNS still halted. GME holding up 2.4%, so not bad percentage. I mean, the whole market's pretty bullish, but BBY not getting it yet. VWAP's low on Bed Bath too, all the way down here. Yeah. Robinhood has like better advanced charts now, don't they? I mean, they updated them a while ago. They're pretty good. I stopped using them long before they did that, but so looks like SPY was just consolidating here, making a little bull flag before another move up. BBY feeling some of it too. Ouch. GME as well. Fox they pay up 20 million in new financing. This is the way. Yeah, I figured that was a pretty good amount for their tiny market cap. SPY new high on the day. BlackBerry. When SPY goes, it's just crazy. GME moving up a bit. Still low volume. Help is holding up all right. Wafer solid. GNS is resumed. Kind of just at the top of that range. That's crazy how quick they halted it. Barely even moved. Well, now it's on scanners. If it wasn't already. Carvana up 11. Carvana's moving. Like BBBY is confirming that support for now.
Are you coming to library with Mom, I said.
Almost 3% on GME. So subtle when it does its moves. Until it's not subtle. Still kind of in this shoulder over here from this head and shoulders. Got 14 minutes to see if this confirms a bullish MACD crossover on the hourly. Which it probably will, unless if SPY starts to dump here. Nice big green engulfing candle too. Might break out of this head and shoulders. What a weird chart pattern though. I mean, it's what we're looking at, but the bottom, if it plays out like it looks like it's going to, it's a bit different than we've seen. Unless it's like here. Or right here. I don't think so. Still thinking somewhere around here. SPY is breaking that level. Neg up 10%. Carvana settling down a little bit. Neg kind of still going. Lucid's on a rip. I'm melting up. You mean getting the love from it? Yeah, we'll see. It's at that 20 level still, 2020. Nat gas dumping. Oh, GME new high. 3.5. Looks like it wants to fill that gap up there. Is this level 20.28? Yeah, we're right there. Hmm. Just not too convinced. Yeah, the volume's low. I would like a retest, but hmm. Okay, gonna grab a couple more. Not gas. Broke through support. Um. Hmm. SPY just continues to melt up. New high on the SPY. GME sort of close. There it is. GME popped again. Volume hasn't turned on, but this is looking pretty bullish. Breaking out of that shoulder. We have seen them run it on a Monday, I think, and then dump it on a Tuesday, have we not? But then it continued on Wednesday. They used Monday and then they gapped Tuesday to Wednesday. I think I remember that. SPY is bullish also. It has all the support that it needs. SPY 399.10. Okay, GME is there's a little volume coming in there. All right. I've been buying just in 100 share blocks. I like that volume that popped in there on that break. Yeah, SPY's about to break that 400. Yeah, we're just getting kind of a market-wide rally here. And GME's had huge moves and we've had big SPY moves. I think that's what we had in March. I think the market was rallying. I'll show you guys. It's still pretty subdued, but it might be spooling up for some action. Let's see. I think this one had SPY 318, 329. Yeah, that was this bear market rally. Look at this thing. This was insane. So we might be about to see something like this on SPY also. So it's kind of delayed on GME, which would make sense. SPY moved up 3 days before GME started to rally, and look. This is day 2 now of SPY moving up. GME's not really moved up yet. It's had 2 green days, but not quite as big. So we'll see. That could be a big move. If it's gonna be like this, that puts SPY back up like 428. Or at least 412. Should have kept those longs. Silver bot. Okay, I'm gonna get some more options. Wanted to wait longer. Going to. I'm just getting February 3rd. I'll just average into these 2230s. Pretty safe. Somewhat safe. If we get to 40, which is one of the price targets I thought we could hit, and maybe like some higher exposure of capping at 30. See what this says. 22 calls. Just next Friday. That's crazy. How much time? Yeah, GME's getting squeezy. Okay. Okay, still have a pretty good amount of buying power, but I've sized into it quite a bit. Some of my options just got filled. I don't like how similar this looks to this. But yeah. This overall trend I think is much more similar to this move. And with the SPY looking like it wants to keep squeezing. Fibbing nachos sequences. Yeah, yeah, sometimes. HLBZ looks nice. It's holding up nicely. Came down, tested support. Now it's above VWAP. Yeah, I mean, it had the same news as GNS, which wasn't really news, but it hasn't had nearly the move. Given the GNS one it's his CEO that's kind of organizing it. So okay. One of my accounts I've gotten as much as I'm going to get on GME. Got one account left for shares and then my options account. See what happens up here with SPY if it rejects. Jimmy's volume's still pitiful, but did get a little bit of a volume boost when I started to break some of those levels, I guess. I liked my longs, but you know. Okay. So I got 22 calls. It's at the high, but whatever. Probably get a better entry today. I didn't have much exposure. GME or SPY looks like it's maybe topping here a little bit, but that doesn't always mean stuff on SPY. That's more consolidation. The heck? It looks like GME does just want to explode. Did they do it on a Monday? Already up 5% though. It's just low volume melt up, man. GME's still going. BBY looks like it's holding that support for now. Still. Looks like it might start to make its move up. MACD flip bullish. Just right at VWAP though. See if the SPY kind of moves down here. Might look for a long again on SPY. Verb. A lot of volume there, 72 million. Woo. So here's the count I maxed out on GME shares so far. I got 700 of them in here. This isn't showing wash sales, but I think I do have a wash on these, some sort. And then long term, still have more buying power in here, but have started to scale in. Yeah, 500. We got 500 on this one then, just in shares. Wash sale in here is putting my cost base at like $32 though. And then yeah, on the Webull here, I don't have money to buy shares anymore. This casino got closed. And then E-Trade, I'm just doing some those options. So I got 22 calls and 22 30 call debit spreads. Both of them are for February 3, so next Friday. Not a huge amount. Still get more shares on here. I get like 300 more shares, I think. You can do it. Volume has picked up though. This in the last that is actually interesting. Maybe I should keep scaling in. You see, this is unusual for the volume to be picking up as we're progressing past the active time from 9:30 on. You know, usually tapering down. So that is a good sign. Average so far in the first hour is still low, I think. Yeah, still very low, but it's increasing. So by end of day, we might be a pretty big volume day. Yeah, actually, that first hour is not bad. 792,000. Yesterday's or Friday's was 531. Yeah, so it's not too bad. Yeah, it would appear we're in a bull market now. Yeah. Those are the best squeezes when people think you're in bull markets. Best bear market rally, short squeezes. So yeah. Pretty big day already. I mean 6%. It's not 60, but it's definitely trending in the right direction. And the volume's not even turned on yet. I get some more shares. Okay, I've gotten all the shares I'm gonna get on here. Yeah, I'm ready. I could get more options, but I'll slow down. Potential is the moon for HLBZ. Yeah, if they follow through with what they were talking about, going after the shorts and offer some dividend or do one of the 10 things that was laid out. SPY looks like it's hit a top. I kind of want to take a short here. But they haven't done anything so far. It's just been on the news of them potentially doing something. So, yeah, it will have moves up and down on its way to $1 if it gets to $1. It was looking good on GME. I'm getting a little food. Volumes maintaining, increasing. Still following the SPY for the most part. Which is consolidating now. Yeah, I'm not sure GME's gonna give us much more dip. That might have been it. Got any calls? Yeah. um, I started getting some last week. I got 2230 call debit spreads for February 3rd. I was getting those. Like this day. Actually, I started. I figured we'd come make a move back down, but in case we'd hit that one exposure. So on this day, I started getting some of those, and then once we started coming back down, it's like, all right, good. We're gonna come back down. Hopefully, test this 17. Actually, I didn't even really look. What did we? 2 19.2. So I should have looked at that line closer. No, it's higher. It's 1940. So it just dipped below that 1940, but that was the real support, that 19 level that was the multi-year low. Spies squeezing, breaking out. I should have just held those. What was I thinking? They're just consolidating. Anyways, yeah, 2230 for Feb 3, and then just some 22 calls for Feb 3. I'm doing a lot of shares though, like options on GME. I like puts, short and long. Upside, of course, shares are better to swing than short puts, but short puts are nice if you can keep it out of the money and just roll that high IV. And then long puts are amazing because the thing is going down about like 80% of the time. So the timing is much easier on long puts than long calls. So the 22, some of the naked long calls I got, those are for more of a price target of 40 if GME gets up to 40 before Feb 3 next Friday, which would be pretty big, very big. It's there. That seems insane. So maybe it'll last, maybe it'll be longer. It's more stretched out than I'm not sure. But if we're having the same percentage move that we had back here in March, that gives us a price target of about 40. So my 2230s are nice, but it caps my gains at 30s, of course, which if there's more upside. Nice to have more. We'll see. On a big day, though, I'll probably end up scalping these, though, if we have like big days where I just end up kind of just trading them more and holding them through everything. Yeah, so I was 155% this move, which I think we're in this area right here, about to make this move up. If it's that big or not, who knows, but it could be, because this was also breaking the lows from back here. If you remember, on this time we thought the run was going to start here, and then it just flushed through those lows. But a lot of other reasons why this right here looks like this range right here that we've been in. So if that's the case, then potentially we'll have the same percent repeat to the upside. So if we're going even from that very bottom, give it the full benefit of the doubt, That puts it like 39, 35. So give her 40 bucks. Yeah, so a little less than double from where it's at right now. So whatever options could be the best leverage for that. Then you just have to mix in the time and your risk on that. Of course, leaps with a $40 price target would be much safer. HLBZ moving a little bit, retesting that high from open. Nice big volume pop on GME though. Now the volume's starting to stack up in there. That's a lot. $250,000 on that 5-minute. That's not bad at all. Way overbought. Look for some volatility to the downside. Oh, I might get some more options when it does that. Maybe once SPY hits that 400 level. Video. What's your time frame on it? Kind of right at that resistance, so had a big move up and it's getting right to that resistance. Oh, careful. I'd be careful on a long here. But market is in a kind of squeeze mode, so if it breaks that, then yeah, I think a long would be nice. But you're kind of right at that point where it's maybe better to short it or just wait. I like this volume picking up. We didn't do the double. I mean, we did, but just wasn't like a real double bottom. It was like a stair step. This was the bottom. It kind of makes sense, I guess, because of our historical lows over here, the multi-year lows, that 1940. It went below it, but kind of just used that more or less as a support. So didn't get to our 17 level. So either we're gonna have a big move the next 2 weeks, or we're not in this area right here, and we're in like this area. So that's the only thing that's in the back of my head. Like we get a rally the next couple days with a little bear market rally, and then we see this, and then we actually do end up coming back to test this low or even make a new low. Because this was kind of a random spot to be finding support. So yeah. But I think with the amount of time that's gone, I don't think it doesn't seem like we're gonna do a whole nother, 2 months like this before we have a rally. I don't think they can push off that far. This has already been longer. This move has already been longer than this move, which was our longest time between rallies. So I'm still just as bullish on it. I just didn't get as good of entries as I wanted. Bought somewhat into the high today, which might end up not being the high. See what the end of day brings. HLBZ 45%. See if it breaks that open level. If so, probably going to fill back up. What did it pre-market, which is retest that 36 area. And about to go. There's 30 cents. Firm even's got some action today. There's GM. I'm an idiot if it's not my long term. Amy's kind of selling down here. Look at all that volume on the red candle. What in the world? Volume is good though, honestly, either way. Since we're at a bottom. GNS starting to move up. Whoa. Still just trading this range. There's a nice consolidation though at this level, so it might have another move up. Just pretty hot on the hourly and the daily. Okay, so GME moving back down. If it hits that VWAP, probably look for more options. BBBY still hanging out that VWAP low. This one might not be until later on in this week or even next week. I think that news on Wednesday could definitely create some volatility next Wednesday. New high on SPY. Broke 400. I didn't listen to myself today. If it breaks this high, could make a move up to 400. There it is. It's at 420. So could grab a short here, or just see if it keeps melting, which very well could keep melting. We just had our OPEX and lots of money freely flowing around now, so might be about to have continued kind of a bear market rally. 408, 412. For BBY next Wednesday, that's when I believe their interest on their debt is due. It's not a huge amount for them, so they should be able to pay it, unless if they're planning on going bankrupt. And if they are going to go bankrupt, they would probably announce it before then. So yeah. Might kind of want to take a short here even. Be testing this 400. This is just about where I shorted the other day. Waited for that, but see what it does here. It seems like it wants to kind of keep rallying. Not just today, but I mean, there's a lot of earnings, so could move it either direction, I suppose. Ooh. This bottom will look different if today or the next sometime this week we have a huge green candle though, which is fine. Doesn't mean we have to have all the same looking bottoms, but I think it will be new. GNS 16%. Nice. Yep. Broke that resistance. Yeah, I mean it was consolidating nicely, hitting these supports, and now it's broken that resistance. See Let's see. So it's got a pre-market high of 41.10. See what happens when it gets up there. Or if it actually fully breaks this. Just a false break. BBBY just dead today. HLBZ rejected that new high. GME is might end up being a pretty good volume day. Yeah, this hour's gotten a lot more volume. Buy new high, breaking out. Continuing its melt up. Buy squeezing now, breaking that 400. Could be a good long here. Yeah, there. Look at that thing. Look at that move. That's insane. Oh, I don't know why I don't listen to myself. I wrote that down. Or no, I didn't write that down. I need to write that down. Put that. Okay. Add that to my notes. Okay. Look at that candle. That's freaking gnarly. Doesn't seem like it's gonna reject 400. Seems like we're gonna squeeze up to 408, 406, 405. Hope it's just wicking up there. It might be about to break out actually. Help is might break a new high. Set up a little cup and handle. GNS breaking that high also. Yep. I'd say that's a confirmed breakout on GNS. Got some volume there too. Yep. Oh. Little reject. SPY just, oh, there's a big reject. Fly on a moon mission. Wonder if I should get February 10th. SPY is freaking squeezing. Yeah, so I added listen to yourself in my notes. I had a mental note of it, but I hadn't added it. Yeah. I mean, we've seen this on GME at times where it melts up slowly and then just starts taking off. My indicator is that volume picking up quite a bit, so that's what makes me think it's not gonna it's not gonna come down much at all. Best know you're right all day. Yeah, I made some stupid trades because I just didn't listen to myself. And I think that's kind of like the whole beginner luck thing. I feel like that the market how the market treats new people, like new investors. Sometimes they just do well initially, and it's because it's simple, and they just keep it stupid simple, and they don't know enough to overthink things, right? It's like the ignorance is beneficial for them because it's just stupid simple, and you can if you can have that, but then also have good risk management that only comes with experience. I think that's a good combination for a successful trader, investor. Just keeping it stupid simple, but then also having the experience of things going against you, so cutting losses and practicing good risk management from experience. So yeah, not getting FOMO and not getting fogey. Fogey comes after you've been in the market long enough that you lose confidence. So it kind of ebbs and flows, at least for me. Like good trades will go, and then I'll get confident, and then I'll get burned. But listening to yourself, that little phrase, that sentence, I think will help no matter what. Look at this move. It's crazy. Crazy. I'm not going to chase it at this point, but SPY probably will make a move up. I don't know. 403, 408, 406. And I was even saying this on Friday. After Friday started to get so bullish, I was like, we could have a gap up and a rally breaking 400, and sure enough, that's exactly what's happening. I mean, at that point, I wasn't certain it would happen. I was hoping it wouldn't because I saw that short. But yeah, I guess it did. Yeah, it gapped up, and now we're rallying, broke 400. I actually don't use scanners. I should though. I want to use scanners. I haven't. I mean, Webull has some like, you can go in here. You get like some type of scanners. Top movers, pre-market, after hours, in the last 5 minutes. This is kind of cool. You can see what like recently has been making big moves in the last 5 minutes, in the last day. Top losers, most active, like most volume. Wow, HLBZ is most volume. Actually interesting. That's crazy how much volume on HLBZ. Percent turnover, range. So I look at this sometimes, but yeah, I'm not like just looking for scanners. I'm gonna use like, I guess I'll use FinViz or certain websites. I guess those are scanners. That's more when I'm theta farming though, when I'm looking for high IV option plays to sell theta on. I'll use those scanners, but yeah, not like live scanner. I use this one. This is a screener more than a scanner. It doesn't like alert me when something happens, but you can do a lot with this one actually. It's pretty cool. You can like fully adjust, narrow down what you want based on TA or financials or volume, market cap. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, the phone could be bad. It could be good. It could be saving you because you're slower, and that honestly having speed bumps in your trading can sometimes be very good. At least that's what I found. I get on my computer and I get all these monitors so I can trade really fast, do all this super quick stuff, all just to slow it down and be patient and not do anything and just wait. So get that break. Look at those candles. That's just been wacky. This is when it started on that Friday. Just Friday. Oh, it's crazy. Oh yeah, DSL. The heck, small cap research, 1920 price valuation. Wow. When did that come out? Right there, 15 minutes ago. Spy, they're gonna consolidate somewhere. Didn't seem to have an effect on it. Unless it was this little move. Yeah, maybe it was that move actually. Where some volume came in. GME popping. Opie. Inversing the market. Touch. OXD came down quite a bit. Well, Jimmy had volume spike, kind of got shut down once it hit that resistance there, but it's maintaining this level, which I think is higher. Here. Yeah, so we're still holding up higher volume. A little higher than like Friday, which Friday was bad though. New high there on GME. BBY pretty weak today. Those wicks, it's actually fallen down to now where it was wicking. Yes, hit the like. Thank you guys. Sorry, I'm kind of distracted today. Just with Jimmy going, I'm just trying to make sure I'm positioned right. Thank you for your likes though. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for your 15 likes. The options I bought into this morning are up. 22 calls are up 9%. The spreads, I was down on them and I averaged into them. Those are up 16%. Spreads move nice and even. That's jumpy. Don't kill a rabbit. The volume this hour is increasing. This is good. These are good signs. You know, if you look at like Friday, 10:30 we had 500,000 volume, 11:30 we had 375,000 volume. And it continues to decrease until the end of the day. Today it's just increased. So 10:30 we had 792,000, and then this 11:30 we've got 1.1 million. Good signs. Inversion from 3 months to 10 years is double worse than the great financial crisis levels. How about the yields? Yeah, the 3 month to 10-year yield curve is double worse. I don't know if that's how you say that, but doubly worse. Twice as bad, I believe would be how you'd say that. Twice as bad as 2008 or great financial crisis. Musk didn't own enough Tesla in 2018 to take private. And why is he in court? The like of the rabbit gets it. Got it. It is exciting. That would be very timely for me for it to happen. Yeah. How high and how quick? SPY's coming down a little bit. I might look for a long somewhere on SPY. Maybe VWAP. I don't have a whole lot of margin left. I get those GME options. I could do a couple micro guesses. I haven't been feeling like trading natural gas for some reason. That said, it looks like a nice could go long here on it. Yeah, it's just that those candles just not doing anything down here. They're slowly melting down. Okay, SPY's coming down. It's up 1.35%. Theta and the Greeks. Yeah, I mean, some of the Greeks you definitely want to get acquainted with. A good way to do that is by selling premium. It's just seeing how it moves, seeing how theta can decay, and seeing how IV can get crushed. It's better to learn it on the short end than the long end, I think, because you don't have to. You're not like you You're not trying to time it. You're selling the time instead of buying it. GME looks like it might be about to explode, leaving the SPY to implode. Nasdaq's up almost 2%. GME inversing the market a bit here, looking very solid. See. You close perfect time to short today. Does look like it's taking a direction change. You hasn't closed yet though, and it's already started coming down. I think now that we've broken that 400 though, I want to look for a long at some point to try and get exposure for the next few days. Cup, handle. Me settling down a little bit. Still relatively low volume, but better than we've seen and seems to be increasing. That's the big thing for me, is that it's been increasing up until now. So now it might start decreasing, but to increase from market open to 11:30 is unusual. What we want unusual. There, this is market open. Came down a little bit, but then as we started to move up, it started to increase. It didn't just keep coming down. Increase, spike, increase. So might consolidate for a few hours and then afternoon rally. I know if it doesn't support, if it doesn't promote DRS, they're like anti it. No matter what, it's crazy. And SPY is bouncing. Might not even make it to VWAP. Wayfair moving up off of VWAP. Fox D got shut down. BBBY. That would be nice to move up before next Friday. Like $8. $9. That's crazy. That's a 3x move from here to $9. That's the thing with GME's swings seemingly getting less and less, or even if they're the same. The main thing I had going for it was predictability, which of course is the best thing that you could get. But if it's getting less predictable and the moves are getting smaller, it's going to be much less desirable to trade. Like this whole thing here was pretty out of the ordinary. If we get a big move up here, yeah, it will up to 40 at least. It will be reaffirm some charting, which would be good. But just it's tough when you see these other moves like huge percents compared to what GME does now, and then but they're not as predictable for the most part. I'll have a volatility warning, like a halt. What do you mean volatility warning? Pull the GME 20 call February. Yeah, I bought ones closer in time and further out of the money than that today. So yeah, but that has to do with your risk management, your financial situation, how much you have invested, how much you make, all sorts of factors that I don't know, so I'm not able to answer that for you. But so you know what I did? I bought 22 calls today for February 3rd, next Friday. And I got 22.30 call debit spreads for next Friday. And I've been waiting for, well, I guess I was waiting for this. I just missed it. I was chatting to you. No, I'm waiting for some kind of consolidation or VWAP test to get some more exposure, and I'll probably be wise to get the 10th, February 10th. But my plan with these, like if we have a big day, 20%, 30%, well, probably at least 20%, 30 or 40%, then I might drop these and then pick them back up tomorrow. If it's a big enough move where I think we're gonna drop or consolidate after, but we haven't even gotten close to that in my opinion today on GME. We haven't seen the volume, we haven't seen the velocity. This is nothing. Oh, it doesn't show that on Robinhood anymore. I think my Fidelity still shows that, but maybe not. It doesn't. It's not showing up as hard to borrow on here, which isn't a good thing. Maintenance requirement is still 200%, so that is hard to borrow. This estimated fee is 20%. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is hard to borrow. I don't know why it doesn't show the little HTB. Nat Gas just got wrecked, broke through the support. SPY is also coming down. GME, it's just very tame, mellow, melt up. But that increasing volume is a good sign. So yeah, look at that 11:30 hour volume, 1.2 million. So compare that to yesterday, it was 375,000. Given yesterday or Friday was very low volume. There, 952,000. So better volume than that day. But the big thing is that it increased. See, went up from 10:30. This one came down. So that was a lot, but it was just typical coming down volume. See here, 11:30 is coming down. The volume's coming down. Our volume so far is increasing, which is very good. Today, Today might be a big day, and they might have Tuesday be the dump consolidation before another move up. I don't know. I feel like they've done that before. They rallied on Monday, and then everyone was getting hyped for Tuesday because Tuesday, and then Tuesday was like not as good of a day. This week or next, or both. And if your moon is $35 to $40, then yes. I don't think we'll break out of this trend. I think they have it controlled until it's from an earnings move. I think that's what it's going to happen to start making new highs. Until then, it's just cycle driven. Boatloads of weeklies. Just option chain loading up. Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's still low, but look at the volume. It's higher than the open interest already. So lots are getting traded in there. Open interest not bad. 22 would be good. 23, 25. There's a ton. So there's a little gamma ramp being built. 30. There's a lot. Yeah, breaking 25, closing above 25 this week would be very good. And if you imagine if we're at 25 this week, this will all be loaded up more. All these. Same with 30. And it's continuing to melt up. Very controlled, very subdued. You have boatloads? I figured, but I want to look at the option chain anyways. I don't have any for this week. I have only options I have are for next Friday. But my shares, they don't expire, so I've got those. HLBZ holding up above VWAP. I don't think I don't know. I wonder if GME just makes a slow move up until it gets kind of out of control, which might not be until we're 27, 28, 30, up in that 30 range. Or maybe maybe that number's lower now. Maybe as it gets to 25, it'll start to increase velocity. That gas flush through there. Oh, 100,000 shares came off the table for GME. Raging Bull? What the heck? Not the time to be selling, I don't think. Unless we are in this pattern right here. We're right in this spot at least. But I'm not thinking we're there yet. Or it would technically be like right here. And so many things are different too since then. I don't know. Maybe we're repeating it, but we did have the split, and we have seen abnormalities since then. Okay. GNS is looking very, very strong. HLBZ pretty strong as well. BBY not looking that strong. Flushing. See if it holds this 3 range. That's kind of a big level, I think. Yeah, I've got a lot of exposure still on this. Didn't close calls on it that I should have. The small loss, you're just taking it. And then I didn't close all my cash secured puts. I think I was realizing a loss, but I'm still not certain. But that's okay. I knew I wouldn't want to get back into a position, so that's why I didn't fully close. I just am scaling out and waiting, trying to get a better exit. GME on a moon melt. Yeah, I mean, it very well could. Today is not as good of a sign, but it is Monday. Curious what Tuesday brings, given the options last week that expired in the money. And you know, bankruptcy's off the table. This thing is still prone to squeeze. So any announcements or rumors that it's off the table, and I can see it moving up a lot. It's even moved up on rumors that it's going bankrupt. I don't know where that's even started. So new lows on BBBY. We've got a line here at 2982. If it breaks that, it'd probably flush. Maybe to 2816. I don't know. Hit that $3 even. Looks beautiful. This looks like an evil toll chart. Daily. Like this. Less candles like that. Like this, but inverted. Just marching up and down moving average. It's just very unusual for GME. Thank you guys for your likes. I appreciate it. 21. Shit. So my options are melting up slowly with the stock. Spread's 32%. The naked long call is 24%. Shares, of course, are making their way up. I've got wash sales on them, so it's gonna be negative until. Oh, there now it adjusted. That was weird. Now it says 27.60 my average cost on it. At 30 something before. What? Weird melt up on GME. Volume is still holding pretty nice though. Nothing crazy yet. John Parker to the moon. Thanks, man. Cheers. Appreciate it, buddy. Dang. Feel special now. Thanks, John. Do some of these. Why can't do those? Yeah, we're on our way. Oh, dude, I've got such weird emojis on here. Does that work? What? I've never seen these before. I was trying to celebrate one, but This is on Streamlabs, so I don't know. Thanks, John. Are you on our Discord, John? Thanks, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Muchas gracias. These are legends. Definitely whales. Jimmy's coming down here a little bit. You are, okay. I'm assuming it's probably a different name, which is fine. Might be a last good entry on GME. I don't know. We'll see. Once it hits VWAP or so. Still a bit risky because we still could be somewhere in here and not here, but I'm more confident we're here than here. So but that's why you want to get time on your options. Ace Ventura, John Parker, thank you guys. That's awesome. You get a little can you celebrate with Yaz? I think you can celebratory Yaz. I don't see why not. Glimpse of the trade? Alright, let me check it out. Ah. To the moon. Oh, these were your calls. Spies moving back up here. This one falls deep this week. Is this the quantity? 50 of them? That is pretty balls deep. 200 of the 20 calls? Dang, dude. Ride or die, man. Whew. But yeah, these are all week, or no, I guess February. 50 23s. I mean, you're close to the money, which is beautiful. A lot of these are in the money. And if you picked them up Thursday, Friday, you're probably up on all of them, right? Unless you bought into IV, I guess. But no, you're probably up on all of them. Nice, well done, dude. That's legit. What's your plan? Are you gonna take profits on the way, make stuff free, sell the in the monies, sell the out of the monies? Actually, last time GME had like a move like that, or any kind of move. Was it this one? I ended up scalping a lot. It was weird, but I used way bigger amounts than I'm used to for short dated options. So 20-30% was like a big move. I guess I'm not doing that so far this time, but that'll change. So if I cut out, then when I jump back in, I might go bigger positions. 60 to 150. Nice. You're just gonna, what are you gonna sell them? Do you have a time frame, a price target, percentage amount, dollar amount? To see, I'm moving, we move. BBBY clip that 299. That's not too nice. 816 I have as the next support. Interesting how these are so detached. Until you're unstuck on your GME positions. Yikes. Like a revenge trade to take back profits that you've lost on it on GME. 34. So you're trying to make enough on those options to get your cost basis to the current price of GME, wherever that is. Something thereabouts. 34 is honestly not bad. Yeah. GNS, just tight consolidation there. Volume is maintaining, not increasing, but we'll see what happens, I guess. By chilling out a little bit, just enough to cool the RSI off. No moves to VWAP. Nice to see GME high on my watch list. I sort these by percentage over here. You can't really see those, but GME is right up there, like number 5 or 6. Something like that. Yeah, GME is a safer play to have a high cost basis, I would say, compared to BBY. This one, having high cost basis on this one is kind of a crappy position to be in, if you still have it. Because you're most likely going to either ride it for a year or more, because they're not going to go bankrupt, it'll slowly grind. Maybe not a year or more, that's a long time, but... Or you're going to catch it on one of these spikes up, and you'll probably be realizing losses, and that's so difficult to do when it's come from a gain to then a huge loss to then just less of a loss. It's like, and I did that actually this day. I realized quite a bit of losses, I think, or I was break even. I'm not still sure, but I tell myself I was break even at least. Alright, BBY bouncing a bit on that 299 level. Key reverse I haven't. Is that like that shooter game in the... That shooter? I think I saw some screenshots on Superstock. BBY getting a little puppy? You mean not at all, just melting up. Took a hit with BY. Yeah. Yeah, BY kind of started my rut. Fourth quarter for 2022 was pretty awful for me. Not just BBY, but then how GME was breaking supports and kind of... Yeah. Pretty rough. No more? Nice. Nice. It's not worth the stress. Not worth losing sleep over.
At Microsoft and some of the other names.
Happy Monday.
Appreciate having you on. Happy Monday. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. Thanks for being with me every single weekday, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. I'll see you later for the watch list at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. But keep it right here. Best.
Stress of a GME position instead. That's true. GME's positions is stressful. That's why the fourth quarter sucked. I know. We're all getting gun shy. Last week, I was happy this happened. It made sense. This week, I won't be happy if that happens. That won't make sense. I would seriously make me start to question positions in GME. New high on the day. Volume staying somewhat elevated. With the tight spread. I don't know if it stayed tight all day. Yeah, it's pretty tight. 4 cents there. 3 cents, 2 cents. Still quite low volume, but not bad. 5 cents. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's gonna be the case, Don. I was even thinking maybe a rally today, and then tomorrow's kind of a dump day, and then a continuation the rest of the week. I feel like sometimes they've rallied on Monday, and then the Tuesday has actually been kind of the red consolidation day. $0.02 to 5 cents been common. Yeah, nice and tight spread. And the volume has been increasing. It looks like it stopped increasing, but still holding up, I think, better than normal this time of day. So today should be a bigger volume day for sure. I'll be dumping some positions end of day, but not just to dump because of end of day. Only if we have a good size move. But I don't have any weeklies
today, including discussions and option strategies in 3M and General Electric, both ahead of earnings tomorrow morning. And like Folio will break down consumer
But if you look at, if you look at like the March,
which is spiking higher on the back of a few upgrades
you have these.
today. Now,
you have like some green days.
Trading day stocks are sharply higher,
slowly melting
with
up.
Tech leading the rally. Earnings season ramps up this week in a test of the more than 10% surge.
This was
in the
Monday,
S&P
so this literally
from
could be
its
today.
October low, and pessimism has faded as tech
sorry, this is
firms
Friday.
shift their focus to cost cuts,
Monday.
and inflation shows
today,
sign of easing.
Tuesday.
Now let's take a look at the four major.
So yeah, if we don't get a
indices,
big
which
move
are just
today,
off a
I'm
session
probably not
highs,
dumping
led
much
by
at all.
the Nasdaq 100, which is up about 2.4%.
Friday was green too, wasn't it? Yeah, a little bit of green.
S&P 500 up 1.4%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up over 300 points, about 1%, and the Russell 2000 small caps up 1.06% on the day. To help me break
Not after
down
a Friday like we
market
had,
action,
dude.
let's
That
bring in my
was
co-host, that's Kevin Hinks. Kevin,
wildly bullish.
welcome back to Fast Market. You've been off for about a week. You didn't miss too much as far as the rallies. We had a rally Friday, extending it today. The optimism out there is just blinding at this point, and the Fed has stated their mandate. They're hawkish. They're going to keep hiking, right? They're going to put some pressure on this market. But the market thinks we're going to get rate cuts by the end of the year, maybe September. It's the divergence between what is going on and what the Fed is saying and what the market's doing is two different things.
First and foremost, the only way that the Fed cuts rates by the end of the year if there's some event that shocks the market. A slower U.S. economy is not that thing, right? We don't rule out some event that could happen. But all you got to do, Tom,
this guy sounds like a high school football coach.
Look at the 10-day chart of the U.S. dollar. Look at the 20-day or 10-day chart of yields, and you can see why stocks, at least for the time being, Tom, have firmed up. Now, all this is so far, and Oliver Rennick and I talked about this morning, is a bear market rally. It has not confirmed anything. It hasn't broken through those key levels on the chart. So far, this is nothing that would change your views on the overall market. But lower interest rates, that divergence between where the Fed thinks rates are going to be and where rates actually are. And then, Tom, it's interesting. Suddenly, the whole idea about layoffs have changed. Now it's corporate responsibility.
I feel like BBY's
And
had that same candle last time I looked at it.
announces- and the stock goes up, right?
It's this one.
What we've been
Turned red.
crying for the last year, and Meta, what it didn't do originally, firms are starting to do right now, and they're all being rewarded for that now.
Yeah, all these major tech firms. Last week it was Amazon started cutting
It was
their
one a day,
18,000.
it seemed like.
Microsoft, among others, and some others. But CRM's already announced over 7,000 people have been cut. And that's one of the stocks leading the market to the upside here today.
GME kind
Over
of
the
just
weekend, we got
melting
some
up, new
news,
highs.
Activist investors getting involved here. Let's bring in Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent, to help us break down this story. Caroline, we're seeing CRM getting a nice pop. It hadn't been participating in some of the
11% on
rebound that
GME.
a lot of tech names have, but
Completely
now you've got a couple,
controlled.
Potential activist investors involved here.
I'd say we at least test this high today and see what happens there.
It's definitely a case of New Year, same
We break
kind of
this today,
trends in terms of activist investors.
maybe
and
that'll
tech.
be the switch that turns
the
it
tech
on.
sector was the most targeted in terms of activist investors last year, and we're seeing that trend continue into this year. And as you said, Salesforce CRM is the latest target. Activist investor Elliott Management acquired a stake in CRM. According to the Wall Street Journal, the stake is worth several $billions. Jesse Cohn, managing partner at Elliott, said in a tweet, "We look forward to working constructively with Salesforce to realize the value benefiting a company of its stature." Meanwhile, CNBC is also reporting that Inclusive Capital has also taken a stake in Salesforce. It's not yet clear what the impact of that position will be. And this, of course, follows Starboard Value's investment in the company late last year. Starboard hasn't yet pushed for anything specific so far, but it has urged the company to increase its margins. But, Salesforce, you mentioned, it has had a pop since the beginning of this year. It's up about 19% so far in January, but the stock is down about 30% over the past year. But if you zoom out that chart just a little bit more and take a look at the November 2021 highs, this was a stock or a company that was trading above $300 a share, and now it's trading, yes, up 4% today, but it's trading around 157, so about half that. So the stock has had a huge, decrease in its value. They've also been dealing with management shakeups last month. We, of course, saw co-CEO Brett Taylor step down. Of course, they also just recently announced, as you said, they're laying off about 10% of their workforce. Just the latest company to admit that they grew too fast during the pandemic. It was, of course, a huge pandemic beneficiary and just grew a bit too fast. And now with this activist investment, we're hearing more calls for the company probably will cut even more than that 10% of its workforce, or could cut more than that. But yeah, shares about 4.4% higher today on this news. It's interesting. Activist investors used to actually seem to be a headwind for some of these companies, but last year was kind of the turning point. We started to see it being more of a positive for these stocks because we know that means they'll focus more on profits and more on margins.
It's like SPY
Caroline,
wants to
one
come
of the
down.
byproducts
Maybe.
of the valuation taken out of this market over the last 13, 14, 15 months is that a stock like Salesforce, that a lot of people feel is a high quality company, goes from 311 to below 150. And now that interest rates have appeared to have stabilized and inflation appears to be heading in the right direction.
Goes up.
The question, Caroline, is activist
Yeah,
investors
BB's on
taking
his own-
stake in companies,
on his own boat.
is this just the beginning? You're starting to hear a trickle, but
BBBY.
you have the feeling with some of these valuations on some of these growth companies that we're just getting started here, Caroline.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. I will say, when you
Here
take a
comes
look
SPY.
at that, the share price, we did see Deutsche Bank actually come down with their price target, still have a buy rating, but they just decreased their price target to 190 from 200. In terms of analyst activity, though, Kev, there are far more buys than anything else on the street. 36 buys, 13 holds, only one sell. The median price target has come down from
GME, dude.
197.50 in late December to 180. So
Goofy.
nowhere near the 300s that we saw in November of 2021. But one would think that obviously this is a stock that's on sale because of the huge decreases that we've seen. But I have seen analysts specifically call out, even Dan Ives, before we heard of the
Jimmy's
latest,
untethered.
activism. That
Untethered
is a
here from
positive
SPY.
catalyst for
a company like Salesforce because of the fact that it will mean that they'll have to focus more on profits and more on margins. So definitely seen as a positive catalyst for this stock, but not necessarily getting it anywhere near where it was trading at its peak, really.
Yeah, and then we had CRM, their co-CEO, left abruptly, and now more pressure on Mark Benioff, who was really surprised by that departure also. All right, thanks to Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent, breaking down the story here on CRM, helping to lead the tech space higher. But now let's bring in Sean Cruz, head trading strategist at TD Ameritrade. He's joining us from the new floor from the SIBO, Sean, but it's still the old floor from the SIBO. Kevin and I are stomping grounds down there. What are you seeing in the markets today? Because we're seeing a pretty broad-based rally. Kevin mentioned that we haven't broken any, key levels, but I think a key level in the S&P 500 that we're firmly above now is the 200-day moving average, which it failed at last week, but now we're solidly above it. What's your thought here?
Yeah, I mean, one is we actually had a pretty soft start this morning in the pre-market where futures across the board looked relatively flat. So I think it was interesting that as the market opened, you actually saw a lot of buyers coming in and really moving this market higher. And it has been across the board. And I think it's one, once again, and we talk about this all the time where there's this, the whisper across the street is that the Fed might,
like GME starting to feel this here.
Tightening a little bit here. Some people think they're still going to cut by the end of the year. Some think there's a pause coming here later on in the spring. A 25 basis point hike coming up here. So in the near term, so there's a lot of, I think, a dovish shift out of the Fed that's being priced in, and I think that might be a little bit premature. But certainly, I think the other thing to note is very often when we came in and we started selling off, we saw some levels hold, and I think that means there are some buyers out there with
24
conviction that kept us from really selling off and going down and retesting.
Yeah, if we break that 22,
lows. So
we
I
could
think
start to
really
get more squeezy.
Watching the incoming data, and
which would bring us up to that 24. I like that level.
This week and see what the outlooks are going to be, because the companies announcing layoffs continues to spread, and it's not a couple
big volume
here or there. We're talking
candle there,
thousands, and it's some of these large tech companies. So certainly, I think a lot this week to drive volatility in the market one way or another.
Yeah, and the S&P 500 trading at almost 18 times forward earnings. That's a little bit at the high end, especially when you're getting all these revisions from a lot of companies. I don't know if it's going to support it, Kev, but leading the market today is tech. Philly Semiconductor Index, the SOX, if we can get a chart of that up, that thing's up 15% so far this month, up over 4% today. It seems like optimism's come back into that beaten down area in semiconductors. AMD upgrade today, Western Digital upgrade today. We're starting to see some positive optimism heading into 2023.
A lot of talk about inventories in some of the semiconductor stocks and how they've whittled them down now where they can start turning to the upside in terms of production. I think that's important for that sector of the economy. But remember, this is a big week for earnings. You're going to hear from Microsoft, right? You're going to hear from Tesla. I think a big earnings coming up later in the week is Visa, MasterCard, American Express, because you're going to find out what the consumer's doing. Right. This is a big week for earnings. Obviously, the third, fourth week in January are massive weeks for earnings, and we're going to get good ones. But what I like about it, the broad look at the U.S. economy. 3 airlines coming out on Thursday.
The 100% utilization.
I don't. Good look at the U.S. economy.
That doesn't mean much,
week.
apparently.
And on top of that, you've got a lot of industrials. You've got Boeing reporting. We're going to talk about 3M. We're going to talk about GE on that side. About 40% of the Dow Industrials reporting this week, and about 90 S&P 500 companies. So, Sean, is that what investors should be focused on moving into this week? I
closed out on my 22s.
What kind of guidance are we going to hear from a lot of these companies? Is it not going to be as bad as a lot of people think? Because just about a month ago, we were going through this rhetoric about the fact that a lot of companies hadn't lowered the bar enough yet.
Yeah, I think that is the outlooks are going to be.
Like I said, I might
incredibly
end up
important.
scalping these some.
If you look at what we've heard so far, to me, the real interesting piece, the first thing everyone wanted to get a look from was the banks, and the loan loss revision increases at some of those bigger diversified banks. I think is something to take note of, and I think it's going to be interesting to see if that is confirmed by some of these companies that will be coming out reporting that do have their finger on the pulse of the economy as it is evolving in real time. If they say, you know what, banks set aside some loan loss revisions that usually point to some choppy waters ahead for the economy, and we're actually seeing that out of our business. That would be confirmed to me if you start to see a lot more negative sentiment.
I'll look for a re-entry
and also
if you get to VWAP or
of expectations, not
after
just
some
on the
consolidation,
revenue
maybe.
front, but also on the profitability front moving forward. So definitely some of the things you're going to want to watch for. I think the airlines are going to be interesting, like Kevin just said, just to see are people getting back out there, traveling again. To me, that would be indicative of a confident consumer, or are they starting to rein in spending because they are expecting a little bit of a slowdown and tough times here to come.
Hey, dude, I just need to say something to Sean Cruz that I don't ever get to say. Compared to me, you're looking a little pale, Sean, just so you know. I don't get to say that very often, but this week, put us together on screen, you're looking a little pale, Sean.
You were just down in Florida.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it.
It's like, shut the old idiot.
Yeah, enjoy it while it lasts.
Yeah, it might last a couple of days. Kevin's
So
got that
you were just
same
down in
complexion
Florida.
I do. The tan doesn't stick around. Hey, Kev, I'll go to you, back to you first real quick. Now, besides the earnings data that we have, broad-based
There's a buy
as
ratio?
far as companies
Yeah.
reporting, but then we've also got a lot of data this week I think is
Put
really
a few teams
important.
here earlier.
Later in the week, it's back.
See what happens.
We'll
Watch
get
something.
the first look at GDP
Yeah.
for fourth quarter. That'll be big. Remember something. All the people
Don't get bored of it
aiming
until at
for
least
a
end of this
recession
month.
of some type this year. With our trade deficit going down, that fuels higher GDP levels.
Government reports tomorrow. That's
when
true.
we got those last trade deficit numbers out, that basically means that our GDP is going up, not down. Now it's expected to
Red
be
flag for terrorism.
2.7% versus 3.2, so a little bit lower, but still a good solid number for our GDP.
Chat.
Still high.
Gotta quit
And then
hiring
coming out
friends
days,
and
some of the expectations
family friends
there
and
on the year-over-year numbers, 5.5% to 5 on the headline,
especially sketchy
4.7 to
ones.
4.4 on the core. Good progress.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what people are going to be focused on with that number. That's the key inflation metric that the Fed looks at. But Sean, we've also got durable goods on Thursday, and we've got consumer sentiment. What are you focused on besides earnings as far as economic data goes?
Yeah, certainly getting the first look at the fourth quarter, I think a lot of people are going to be interested in, but I think that would largely will be reflected in backward-looking earnings if you want to tie it back to markets. I think they're going to be a lot more interested in what is to come, what's coming further down the road. And so with that in mind, I think looking at the economy and how it's shifting on the demand front, the durable goods data might be something interesting to keep an eye on. And the reason why is we have been seeing some weakness out of the goods side of the economy. The services, though, is still pretty hot in terms of demand. So I think we're going to be looking to see if that softness in goods continues, if it shows up in this durable goods number. I'm going to want to strip out autos, which could be interesting because if you look at a lot of where prices have been coming down, it's been coming out of the energy space and the commodity area, but also out of new and used vehicles.
Yep.
So stripping out that autos
Family
component
or
of this
friends.
durable goods might give you a better read-through.
But if you live in a
into
small
sort of
town,
the core demand out there, which could be a good
narrows it
indicator
down quite a
of,
bit.
I think, confidence in the economy. Durable goods are usually more expensive, purchasing a little bit more of a longer time frame.
BBBY flushed.
About things to come, and not only just here in the near term, but just
vibes.
general strength.
So
that is
2,910 was the
somewhat
low.
resilient. You go out and might make that
2,816
bigger,
is this
durable purchase,
next
but if you're
kind
at
of
all
consolidation
concerned, especially
support
from
it had this
companies,
day.
The first thing you're going to do is stop making those big outlays.
Let's see if it
in
holds
some sort
there.
of a big physical good.
Yeah, CapEx supposed to be pulling back pretty significantly by a lot of companies. And I'm always
where this is
wondering,
on the fibs.
when we get rallies like this, into a Fed meeting in a couple of weeks with the expectations that, hey, inflation's waning a little bit, is the market getting ahead of itself? Because it seems like the Fed wants to cause some pain to the equity market, and it seems like people
That
are
broke
taking
that
more risk on
fib
mode.
level.
I mean, we got
It's right there at
crude oil
that
back above $82
level we had
a
drawn.
barrel. Bitcoin back to 5
Next fib level's 2.25.
People are putting some risk on here, and I don't know if it's warranted at this point.
Well, certainly
Which
what we see, the Fed is going to raise
be a
rates
pretty big move
probably again.
off the highs.
But what if they're done there, Tom? I mean, that's what the market is anticipating. They think we've gotten through this whole segment of the Fed raising rates. They think we're at the end. So I think this is going to be kind of interesting. But like I said, the chart still shows that all we're doing so far, all this really is
I'm
so
an
far
idiot.
is
I
a
don't know.
bear
I was
market rally.
supposed to be
Tom.
selling
It
covered
hasn't
calls on
gotten those levels
BBBY.
yet where it's changing the overall
Totally
outlook.
forgot.
Yeah, we'll see if the S&P can hold that 200-day this time after it broke.
I always
last
like
week
feel kind of
also
rusty on
failed.
Monday.
All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. We're going to take a look at 3M on the other side of the break here. Earnings ahead of the open tomorrow. This is a big industrial. It's been lagging. Fast market.
Yeah, I was supposed to open a BBY covered calls. But wait for a bounce. Maybe just wait for it tomorrow. Need to be farming out these shares, making money on them. I'm bouncing up here a little bit. GME didn't really give it up yet. It's still hanging out, so we'll see. It seems like it might consolidate here some, but I don't know. I'm not trading my shares at all. Just my just the options. And I think what I'll open back up, I might get back into those 22s. Might do like some 2140 call debit spreads. That's a really wide spread on there. I'm looking at options trader. I like to just look at this to simplify it. I've got target price of $40. February 3rd. So if you're doing spreads, the date is kind of important also. I mean, either way it's important, but especially here. Because if we do 40 in 2 days, this won't be as profitable. See what I mean? I'm not expecting to do 40 in 2 days, but just saying compared to just like a long call where the IV will pump on it. So yeah, here's the 24th. They did like 39. 1171. As opposed to the 3rd, if we're at 39, it's 1500. So that's where spreads are kind of, I don't know. I like to get more time though. You want to get coverage. But the long call does give you a little more flexibility on exiting instead of waiting. Unless if both legs are in the money, then it's a little easier to manage. Whoa, little pop there on GME through the high. Maybe shouldn't have closed, but we'll see. It's fun to chase. You don't feel comfortable? I know. Sometimes it starts like this, though. You guys were all comfortable and hyped last week when it was doing the same melt up, low volume. It did this like all last week. I didn't feel comfortable for that because I was straight out of the lows with no retest. We actually got a bottom. Bit of an inverse head and shoulders now where that just was an unending melt. Not sure when earnings are. We can check. It's because of BBY that we're melting up. I don't know how that's correlated. Such a boss. Yeah, come chat on here. Let's see. So earnings. until March. We still haven't gotten our January run though. Earnings aren't going to be till March sometime. That's what it looks like on there. Yeah, we just had it in December, so. Cookie. Gifts. So looking at those 22s, they're probably more expensive than what I sold them at. Could just trade the option chart. These were $1 this morning. Less than $1, 81 cents. Yeah, I might put an order in for more at $1 if it gets back down there. Those are the best. You just put in orders and you totally forget about them, and then your thesis is totally changed and it gets filled. Like what? But then it ends up working out anyways. GNS is holding up nicely, up towards the high of that consolidation range.
Discussion about dollar impacts. I think maybe some of those might have been a little bit overblown since then. So that's one thing maybe to keep an eye on. The other thing is these lawsuits. Think about Johnson & Johnson. Some of the numbers we were hearing out of Johnson & Johnson were absolutely staggering. But very often when we see, not even Johnson & Johnson, I guess you could say, if you look at
Sava.
some of the lawsuits
Sava on the high.
Have been given to these tech companies
Breaking out.
like the EU over data.
This one has been correlated with GME at times.
Absolutely staggering numbers, but the market seems to be able to shrug it off because companies sort of amortize those out. They rather just get the certainty of knowing what that number is. So I think that is going to be one thing also to take a look at. But then, to me, the more interesting piece is their outlook for the strength of the global market, especially with China coming back on and being committed to reopening and getting their economy fired up again. We've already seen that play out in the commodity markets.
Who cares? GME up, BBBY down.
For 3M.
That's how it works.
Looking at the trade, and you were right. You know, it's about a $4.
Is that from Casablanca?
Move in either direction is the range they expect it to trade in coming out of this report. So you can maybe look at.
Nice. I bet those weeklies are doing well.
Structure. So looking at where the implied volatilities are. Up front, it's elevated. I want to say up in the 40s, maybe low 50s percent. But it sort of flattens out at 30% as you go further out. So for the example trade I looked at, it is finding ways to sell some of that upfront premium, but also take advantage maybe of buying some of that premium to sell against and get some sort of a risk-defined trade. But I'm doing a little bit of both in this example. So one is just looking at the traditional short premium, somewhat directional going into an event, and that would be by selling that 118 put. Now, to define your risk in case you're wrong and things get significantly worse and we get a sell-off, buying that 116 put on the other side of it. But we're not done just yet. So then you want to look at maybe selling a little bit more premium up front. Look at that 120 level. It's somewhere around between 115 and 125, which seem to be interesting price levels recently. So sell that 120 put, but then just in case you're wrong, you go out to about the February expiration, so not too long, about 25 days, and buy that 120 put as well. So what you're doing is creating a risk-defined short put vertical, but then also creating a risk-defined long calendar, but you're selling that upfront premium. And what you're doing
back
is
in
creating
what was I thinking? How could I dump GME on the beginning of a run?
Typically work out the best is around.
I cleaned it up though. Now I just have
short strike
normal long calls.
120. So above 18 and as close to 120 as possible would be ideal for this to trade at going going into expiration.
Pretty
this
complex
week.
trade they got
Otherwise,
going
you have
on
some
there.
assignment risk that you're going to maybe have to adjust this position based off of.
Yeah, let's break this down. It's a customized trade. We're using two different strategies.
Yeah,
to
I
create
kind of remember. I haven't seen it moving
four-legged
up to like
position.
cool lines from
Buying the
it.
February
I
120
kind of
put,
remember that
selling
that
the
line that
January
was
27th
well written.
weeklies that expire in 4 days, the 120 put, and then also combining that. And
All right,
being
Jimmy, let's
paid
go,
for
baby.
that put calendar. Selling the 118, 116, $2 wide short put vertical.
Well, I got filled on
You're paying
one.
roughly about
Get the heck outta here.
$1.25 debit for that entire spread. Now your break even's about 116.80 on the downside, about 127.70 near those levels on the upside. On this in total risk, and most of the risk you have is to the downside because you do have that short $2 wide vertical, is about $330 in risk per spread. But you can see
182
there,
on its way
you want
to
the stock to
one.
kind of grind
Oh,
lower,
yeah.
remain
Breaking
around
that high.
120 in this spread,
And then, yeah,
Kev,
someone said
but you
at
do have an
24, which
upside break
I like.
even
I think
also
24 is definitely
where you're going to have to
next leg
incur,
up
if
on
it goes
here.
above maybe 128 to 130, that you've got that put calendar that you paid
But
for.
there's
also,
resistance
so you
right
have
here.
$125 in risk to the upside. Your thoughts here, Kev?
Yeah,
Combining
volume,
two
though.
strategies to create this customized trade example.
The bulk of this trade is done with short premium in the event week, right? The Jan 27 week.
Now it's starting to get kind of volatile.
You're doing
Well,
the
volume,
calendar.
I like that.
We do this often, where we do the calendar and the short vertical to combine to lower that. You've got a nice level of theta, even though you're going out, 3 weeks on the February put side. So you've got some time. You can extend duration on this trade as well into the next expirations, but this is certainly one. It's a downside play, but it focuses on that something in between the 120 and the 118 put.
Yeah, definitely. And as Sean mentioned, you've got some assignment risk on those short options into expiration over the next 4 days here. But a good look at two different strategies to create this.
Okay, I got a
where it's
much
slightly,
larger position.
bearish about that one standard
It's at the
deviation
highs,
move.
but
You want it to kind
I'll
of
probably just end up
grind
scalping
lower,
these.
which is just over $4 either way. All right, thanks to
I like all that
Sean
volume.
Cruz. He is the
See if it
head
breaks this.
trading
But
strategist. at
2214,
TD Ameritrade,
literally
breaking
the
down
exact
markets and
same number.
3M. But coming up after the break, we're going to take
It
a
might just
look,
explode to
with
24.
Lightfolio at Wayfair. 3 upgrades today, 2 of them double upgrades. This stock up 24% today in
Or just reject it. HLBZ making a move. Only 12:30. A lot of day left. All BBY inversing, flushing down. All right, so 28.10 was my kind of I was seeing down here. See if that holds now. Yikes, man, 14.5% on that today. GME pops through this. We're gonna get a nice fatty candle, I think. Or we just make a little handle here first. I guess it's good I don't have any futures open right now. Maybe we'll use all this margin for GME contracts. Yeah, I mean, I'm chasing a bit here on GME. It's like right at that resistance, so we could see it just pop through there, and then the IV probably won't come back down to where it is right now. So in that sense, it's nice to have some exposure at least right now. But it could also reject here and just hang out for the rest for a little bit. It seems like they they're going to keep it running on Monday though, today. And what that sets up for tomorrow, I'm not sure, but maybe a much bigger day. But today's still very, very early. Little cup, we'll see if it does a little handle and then a rally, if it just blows up or rejects hard to VWAP. Market's still holding up at these highs. Volume has been nice though, picking up. It's actually still increasing even here, middle of the day, which is usually the slowest. I don't know if it's going to pull BBY up with it. Morning Danker. So I've got different supports. It's broken through all of them so far. 21 or 28.10 was kind of that last one there. Let's see, next on here. And like the next, I think the fib level is like right here, probably like somewhere around here. I think like 22, yeah, 2.25. So it might be trying to make it all the way down to there. But I'm less concerned with BBBY. I'm waiting on that play. I don't think they're going bankrupt, at least not right now. So my play on it is just with time. GNS, nice little pop out of the high or pop out of that consolidation. Yeah, it's been looking strong, that high consolidation all day. HLBZ kind of doing the same thing. About to make a new intraday high. What? Is that an actual show? Never seen that. Yep, GNS moving up. I would be in HLBZ and GNS, but this run on GME is a much more sure thing to me than those moving up. Whereas I think those could definitely move up a lot, but GME, man, what are you gonna do? Looks like it's not gonna make a handle and it's just about to explode. Oh. My stomach is growling for a rally. $22.14. It's literally the exact same number. That's ridiculous. Red's kind of widening out here a little bit on GME. 7 cents. There's 4 cents. 3 cents. Okay, I mean, Pirate. Is it like a British show or who made it? Need BBY to go down? Why? Why do we need that? What if that's not what we want? Oh, new high there. Let's see. Oh. 22.17. I'm putting in an order. Market maker's making me chase it. All right, I got filled. Right at the high. Let's see. It broke that 22.14, just a couple pennies, but it's okay. Rejection or ription? 24, let's see it. Because GME goes up? Oh, that's why. I don't know if we need that though. That's just happening. So not quite the huge candle I was expecting yet. 22.20. The volume's setting up there though. If it can, yeah. GNS making a move back up to that $5. 22.20. Do it. There it is. Come on. Getting a little support from the SPY here. Okay, they're starting to come in. Might be a little slowdown before 24 something. 23.44, maybe that low. $22.25, so slow and subdued. This is crazy. These rookie numbers. Big moves start slow. Big moves start small. Fast moves start slow. All right, HLBZ. About to make a new high. Hope I don't regret moving the money from those to GME. This is crazy. Come on. What the heck? I'm gonna put a stop limit on these options actually. Probably get stopped out on a little red candle, but I want to start doing that with my options because I have a huge amount actually. I've got 10 grand in next Fridays right now. So I'm kind of just trying to scalp them. I don't usually trade it like this, but it's worked some. $150K candle. Like price? We've got 150K volume. Oh, I guess not on the 1 minute. Okay. I like that candle. Geez, with a stop limit, I could just put a lot more into it. Where my mind goes. Slowing down. How crazy? A new high. It's looking like SPY. Just slow, low, just melt up. And small false breakouts. I got you and you're almost 40?
At risk, the apex profitability where
I see some
if you
GME
hit
trades on
70
here,
and
huh?
stay there, you get close to $1,000 in profit. But you got
The
profits
closer,
still above that 75 strike call.
I still think we're in
right, Kev?
that spot just before a huge move up. So today could be the beginning of it.
That's why you see it level out at those higher levels there above.
Today could end up being this day.
Yeah, and we always talk about unbalanced butterflies as opposed to maybe buying.
Or we could still be like
vertical,
right here.
because it's going to be a lower cost.
The only thing that I would be
Yeah,
concerned
above
with
that
is if we're like
75
somewhere
level,
right
if you think
here.
it's going to go there, maybe a vertical works better.
But
If
I
it's
don't.
more
I
expensive,
still
but
don't
at the
think
same
so.
time,
If this week ends up
your
looking
break
like
even's only
this,
a couple bucks
then
above
yeah,
the current
I
share
don't.
price,
You
and
know,
you're giving yourself
I think this pretty much
almost
has to
2
start
months,
happening this week,
in
or
this
I think
position.
we're
So a good look at an
at more of a
unbalanced
consolidation
butterfly
before
there, to take
retesting the
advantage of.
lows or
Maybe a
making new
grind higher.
lows.
Remember, they got a small share float too, less than 110
Back to the
million
drawing board.
shares
'Cause
outstanding.
I was hoping this would come down
maybe
further
that's
and
causing
double
some
bottom
of the
before we made
20
this
to
move starting to
25%
go
rally
up,
that
but
we're seeing today. All
it
right,
didn't,
Kevin, we're gonna take
and
a quick
maybe
break
that's
here.
because of this
Coming up after
strong.
that break, we're going to take a look
Okay, I
at
gotta stop out
General
on those.
Electric,
Yeah, it's because
which
this
also
strong
reports
support from back
earnings
here
tomorrow morning.
in
Fast markets
1940.
coming right back after this short break.
Maybe that's why we didn't get as low, or it's just showing that this isn't the move up, and we're just bouncing before making a double bottom and potentially a lower bottom. So yeah. I gotta stop out of those. I still have 11, I see. Oh no, 51, what the heck? Oh, partially fills. How would it do that? Not gapped. What the heck? I guess that could be a problem. It's not liquid enough to get a lot filled on a stop limit. How many filled? Only 6? What the heck? The stop limits with calls maybe don't work. Doesn't work very well. Okay, and then it moved up and it filled. It'll still trigger it just on the way up. Just fine. That is something to think about though. Very crazy. Broke the high and now it's just melting around. Could be making a little cup and handle though. Nice, Hurricane. Good afternoon. What's your expiration on them? Or good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. GNS not continuing that rally. What a crazy chart for GME on the 5-minute.
Excellent income and spending, and then you've got earnings, right? A lot of names here coming across. I think it's something like near 90 S&P 500 names. We're talking across the board. Tech names, Tesla, Microsoft. You've got Boeing, Verizon, GE. I mean, all the way through the week, into the end of the week, I saw Chevron, ADP, Lam Research. I mean, a handful of names, to say the least, that should be watched.
Oh, they're Fridays?
In addition to
yeah,
that,
I would dump
today,
those.
Basically, just a
I'd dump those right
continuation of
here.
we saw ending last
And then just
week
get
on
back
a
into
very
next week's on a
positive
low.
note, and this market has been strong, to say
Especially
the least.
if you,
Now,
I mean, if you
still
already
holding below
have
the
bought in
December
at a high
highs. I think
price.
that's important. The Russell is the only one that actually did take out the December highs.
Or you
It
could
was
set a stop
briefly.
limit.
You've got the
But
Dow,
those
you've
don't
got
always
the
fill.
S&Ps and the Nasdaq still holding below that key level. So that's going to be the next hurdle for the bulls to get up above.
Yeah, see if that
Yeah, just end up
500
kind of
remains
scalping
above
them
the
at least.
200-day moving average.
Just get in
It's
at a
key level
at a
here
strike
at this
for
point.
next
We need some
week
confirmation over the
and
next day or two, but
you know,
another asset
at a low.
class that's doing well.
So one
over
thing
the
I
last couple
do,
of weeks here
which
since the
maybe
start of
isn't
the year.
right, but it helps me get in and out of trades. I ask myself if I would buy in right here. So if I wouldn't buy in right here, then I should sell, more or less. That's kind of one way I've thought about getting out of trades. Like, oh yeah. So
But Bitcoin has been on fire and coming off recent lows where it spiked down late last year, and here you can see starting to recover.
Yeah, they don't always fill.
I
Just found that out.
2.5% as we speak. I think again a reflection of that risk.
and because yeah, you get,
tone
I guess you'll get
that
big
we've
wicks
seen
to the
across
either
board
way,
here.
but
This is going to be interesting to watch here. Keep in mind,
nice little
Tom,
false
again,
sense of
this
security.
coincides with the
or
dollar, as I
large
mentioned, which has come off
option
back down
positions.
to 101.40. Last week down to 101.26. You know, I noticed some of the weakness we've been seeing in the dollar here, Tom. I just wanted to point out, compared
almost
to
40.
Bitcoin, as it's seen a little bit of a bid here. Rates have been coming off as well since mid-October. The dollar on a weekly basis, I looked up only 3
Oh, I got you.
weeks,
What? That was more
down
risky on those
11
options, or
weeks.
what do
So,
you
I
mean?
mean, you could see some of the impact we've seen as
Too
price
much
to case come
YOLO-y?
off from 114 down to 101. Yeah, I just think that with stocks recovering a little bit, I think that risk-on tone starting to come into play. A little bit of a kind of mindset that the Fed's going to be a little bit less aggressive, and
That
you can
was
see
it. Share
Bitcoin,
Intel. That was the
has
name of
come
that.
back a bit here, reflection
that,
thereof.
Yeah,
company.
definitely 7-month
Nice.
lows near.
Is
for the
that
dollar
news just
here
come
that we've
out?
hit over the last week.
I thought it was something they just did on
supportive
their own. I
of
didn't realize it
equities
was
at
someone
this
to
point.
hire.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks to
Help me just hire Share
Stein,
Intel
host
for
of
due
the
diligence
Future Show
advancing
here on the
battle.
network. Kev, now
Nice.
let's get into a discussion.
Yeah,
on
that
the
was,
next
I guess,
stock here. That's GE.
what that CEO was
Just
saying
looking
was the
at
first
one-year
step.
chart on it. The move that we've seen over
Wonder
the
if
last couple of
GME's
months,
done
they
that.
spun off GE Healthcare. It's basically flat.
They take, like,
year-over-year. The
30
stock
to
is
60
right
days
now,
or
but we
something
hit
and just
52
monitor
highs
everything
just
and
last
then give you
week.
like a health report,
And
I
it's
think, on
parabolic. It's overbought on an
where all
RSI.
your
When was the last time you could
shares
say
have been or
GE,
going, and
this industrial stock is
I think it gives you a good
overbought on
understanding on
an
if you
RSI
do have
above
large
70.
naked positions
Where
on
have
it.
you gone, Jack Welch?
Moving
That's
up
what I
here a
was
little
saying to
more.
A question like that, Tom. You know, this company is basically splitting itself up.
Diabetes.
GE Healthcare,
Hello.
GE
Diabetes.
Vernova, that they'll call the energy power, digital, and energy financial services.
Oh,
that
nice,
GE
Hurricane.
Aerospace will be basically GE jet engines and all things
BBBY
aerospace.
still.
So this is going to be a company that's not going to look anything like
it
the
hasn't
old
broken
GE,
through there yet.
GE back when I used to trade it, and it was this massive industrial conglomerate. But that being said, this is the final
Fair intel.
earnings before the breakup, right? So January 3rd, they finished the
Seems like an easy first step to do, just to see if you have, if there is any problem,
how about this?
then go from
For
there.
the first time since the
I'm
pandemic,
assuming
to
that
earn
first
over
preliminary
$1 a
step is
share
not
is what
terribly
they're looking
expensive.
for. The estimates for about $1.13 per share.
Yeah, and that GE Healthcare, they roughly own about 20% stake in that one.
Well, I'm moving up there. Yeah, I know, this is a
after that
crazy
final
looking chart.
spinoff, I think it goes up until March of next year. It's just going to be GE Aerospace is going to be the
2024 is when they spin off that Vernova,
Yeah.
it's called, and then it'll just be
No mention of
GE
GME.
Aerospace.
I haven't heard of it
That's
yet. I
GE,
mean,
that's
this
crazy. Are you
isn't
kidding?
crazy at all yet.
I
There's
know.
13%
Kevin's old
on a
stalwart
day
favorite
when
there when he
stuff
was
is
a deep-
pumping. I mean, you've got lots of stuff pumping, and the large cap, mega cap stuff, you know, that these guys track more, that stuff's pumping. So until this does like 40-50%, it's probably not going to make these sort of headlines.
move in the shares. So not massive, about 5% move. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of that higher implied volatility.
Running?
Near-term options that expire this Friday, Kev.
Oh,
it's
HLBZ,
a
GME?
67%
Yeah,
implied volatility.
it's running. It's
on
doing good.
aggregate.
Not,
And
I
then
mean,
going out to February
if the whole market was
monthlies, it's
dead
down to
red,
about
then this would maybe be in the news. But
implied volatility. So you got a wide divergence.
the market's pumping, so
of course, going into that earnings event,
I don't know.
we see that pop in the near-term implied volatility. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of it, and maybe that overbought scenario.
Crazy
to the
expensive?
downside, by doing
I
a
wouldn't
put
think so, not
calendar where we go
relatively
out
to
the
what you're
February
getting.
monthly cycle.
But yeah, I don't know. I
25
guess
days till expiration.
I'd have to
buying,
look into it. I have no idea the
80
price.
strike put, which is just in the money slightly.
Wes said that would be the first thing to do
deviation
before
of
hiring their
$4.
team. So I'm assuming it's
Selling
cheaper
the
than hiring an
85
attorney.
Strike put, or the
Wes's
75
team.
strike put in the January 27th weekly series that expires in 4 days. You're paying roughly. It's not a 79.80 debit.
Late on
that,
10
Kevin.
Q?
27 is what I have.
Yeah, it's about 260 is
Yeah.
what we looked at here.
Could be getting acquired.
If you pay about 260 for that, not
SRI? You mean SSR? What's
79.80
SRI?
up there. If you pay 260 on it, you've got $260 in risk. Your break even's just below the 80 level, but you can see there, Kev. It's
Nice, Ruthless. Well,
$5
hopefully it
wide in
plays
this
out, man.
diagonal. You're paying about half the price, the width of the spread, and the apex profitability at or near.
That's
75.
true. We're gonna make the Jimmy will make
fact
the
that you're
headlines with
buying all the way
something
out till
like that.
mid-February is a reason why the premium is higher.
Everything is cheaper than
This
buying
is-
an attorney. Hiring an attorney.
Flip over what
That
you
maybe
think
getting
a
surgery.
stock replacement is. This is kind of the opposite, right, Tom? This is the bearish diagonal. About 29 deltas short on this, so you're playing for a move either over the next
40,
few
50,
days,
maybe this
or
month.
You can extend duration and move down to
SPY's moving up after that
$75
consolidation
on
at
the
the
stock. Like I said,
highs.
collecting about
GME
just
new
over
high.
$16 a day in theta.
Yeah, so even if the
I
stock
scalped
kind of
those
consolidates here,
options.
Kev, at or near that $80,
Get you lead.
$79 level, you can still be profitable because you have that ability to roll that short option or adjust the short
I'm
option
fine with
as
my
you
shares
approach
for now.
expiration if the market's open and liquidity is provided. And
buying
that
more?
creates credits.
You're buying
to
more in your
offset some
opinion, or you're actually
initial,
buying more?
cost basis on this. Kev, that's going to wrap up this segment.
Yeah,
Good
2.8.
look at
If you don't
a
think it's going
bearish
bankrupt,
tint on,
or it's getting
GE
acquired,
going
then
into
for
this
sure
earnings report.
it's
Real
priced for
quick,
bankruptcy.
Markets today.
Yeah.
Can they hold this rally, and does that break a lot of the bears back where, hey, now maybe we've got some more upside here?
So
It's just
much bad news
just
is
finding
out,
support
Tom,
at the
right?
bottom of that
Microsoft earnings,
consolidation on that
Tesla
bull flag.
earnings. People are going to start looking on the calendar and wanting to get ahead of some of these moves. Are they right to get ahead of it?
I think
Well, it depends on the
tomorrow, I
earnings
mean,
report.
I would imagine it
The
moves
data
up
at the-
from
Inflation data on
OPEX,
Friday is
but
important, but
I
all
don't
things
know.
considered, this week is still about earnings.
Venezuela inflation
All
hit
about earnings, it can
234% in
turn on a
2022.
dime, that's for sure. All right, that's going to do it for Kevin and I today here on Fast Market. But stick around right here on the network as Next Gen Investing is coming up next.
Any other new stock doing crazy moves today? Boxy had a move up, pretty nice. Wayfair's got a bunch of price target increases. GNS and HLBZ both gapped up, consolidating at the highs, so it's pretty bullish. EnergyV is one on my list. I'm making a little move, but GME it's doing pretty well out of all of them. Carvana up 10%. Looks nice. The chart looks nice. Zava also. This one's correlated with GME at times when it runs. I think Tesla's up pretty good. Yeah, 6%. I figured this thing could probably rally back up to that 164 support back here. And it looks like it's probably going to, especially with this SPY kind of overall bear market rally we're getting. Just melt. Yeah, BlackBerry. 2.5. Yeah, its chart looks nice. Saw a lot of charts looked that have proceeded to make big moves, so could be. Well, now I gotta figure out, gotta decide now when GME flushes down to VWAP, which it probably will today at some point, get an entry. Just confirming a move the next 2 weeks. And will that be a good time to buy in, or should I wait till tomorrow? Volume today is already more than yesterday, and we're just about halfway. So we're gonna have more volume than probably last 3 days. Probably back to these days, 5.5 million, maybe more. You down, BB? What do you mean yearly? That doesn't mean much to me. What length of time on candlesticks? These are weekly candles. Probably talking daily. And what year? 2023? Yep, looks nice. Six-month and 3-month candles? $20.28. I see a downward trend. Yeah, it's at the lows down here. I have not been watching BlackBerry chart for 2 years. Looks like a nice buy down here, bouncing off that support at 330. Go time again. Go time. SPY moving up. GME, dude, what the heck? What's going on here? It broke that resistance with zero drama. So we're still not in kind of the velocity pickup stage, I guess. Why to get above? I don't know. Maybe above, back up into the 30s, I think it definitely would, but maybe not before then, honestly. Because there's all tons of volume, tons of consolidation. It's probably just gonna not be crazy. But I expect it to be more crazy than this. This is crazy mellow. Last time. Nice jump from this range to the 7s and the 20s. See where you're talking about back here. 2020. Yeah, you must be talking about right here. That's true. There's no FOMO going on with GME. Without the velocity, just not happening. But that's kind of good because the options really aren't getting pumped. Still buy in. You know, the premiums haven't gone crazy. We'll see. It's only Monday. This could be the start of a huge rally. I mean, today's pretty big already, 14%. Wonder where so this volume spiked, right? We were kind of hitting that resistance, but since then it just continued to melt up just on higher volume, which is great, but
stuff there for the hour because there's plenty to get through on the stock specific front. Of course, we have a jam-packed show here planned Always fun. We're going to go through upvote, downvote, of course, in just a moment. We got some fun names from semiconductors to, of course, Salesforce, Shopify, and the software space, and then old school telecom and Verizon. So get through those names just a moment. Looking forward to the conversation on Wayfair, making a nice move today. Preview Johnson & Johnson earnings with Renita Young. Looking forward to that. And then George Chills will stop by.
Should have just
We'll
held those
get another
22s
name
back here.
through.
Oh, well.
So many decades of market environments in Levi Strauss. Of course, just recently in the last few years, becoming public again, but it's been around for as far as I can remember, at least, and well beyond that. So looking forward to that. But let's start here with upvote, downvote, as we do. Caroline, not endorsements, not recommendations, standard disclaimers. But we got a great one to start, a fan favorite, a retail trader favorite, an AMD. What's the news headline here? Catching it looks like an analyst upgrade.
Yeah, Barclays is turning bullish on AMD, upgraded the stock to overweight from equal weight, boosted its price target to $85 from $70. In turn, we're seeing shares jump about 8% today, so adding to its 2023 gains, now up about 17% so far in January. But in terms of
maybe puts would be a good idea on GME.
When thinking about the overall semiconductor sector, he prefers stocks that offer
just for
exposure
today.
to data center, PC, and
out.
handset. So basically, last year's losers, that's what he wants in 2023. He believes headwinds in China can shift to tailwinds in the second half of 2023. So definitely turning bullish on this one. Truist, meanwhile, still cautious on AMD, sticking with its hold rating, but also bumped its price target to $79. So just to put that into perspective, AMD is currently trading just below 76. So Truist sees about $3 upside from here. But
Always moving.
Barclays
Always new high.
I'm sorry.
Broke that
Barclays,
daily
$85
high.
price target.
Oh, it's got a ways it can move up
upside
to get to
from
those
here.
pre-market level highs.
So a bullish rating, a more cautious rating, but price targets that are higher than where it's currently trading despite this 8% gain today.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk this one with Rick. I'm going to say upvote. It seems to be at a pretty critical juncture from a technical standpoint. Maybe Rick can help enlighten us on that. But the big thing here, too, is we got earnings a week from tomorrow. This has kind of quietly been staging a comeback, but of course just pummeled throughout the duration of really all of last year. Not surprising given its run-up post-pandemic and kind of the growth aspect of semiconductors and sort of the bullwhip effect that we saw. But this is a pretty important name. I'm excited to hear from their earnings. I'm excited to talk this one more. Going to say upvote. Interesting take from Barclays, obviously. The stock taking that in stride here, really juicing it to the
3,
upside.
210, yeah.
This is a
I closed out all mine.
move, and you're trying to explain
And then I jumped back
kind of the
in,
overall
and I
market's
closed.
optimism. You don't need to look much further than a couple of these important sentiment gauges having just huge moves
We
today.
flipped.
You look at
I'm
Nvidia
scalping, you're
as well,
holding.
up almost 7%. So I think it's a pretty big story, if not the story
But yeah,
of the day
210s might be a
on
good idea. I thought about that.
stock-specific front. So going to say upvote. Next one here on our list is Salesforce. Salesforce, of course, has been kind of uncharacteristically weak over the last year. This is a name that so many had trusted for its consistency. It still seems to be
my shares are happy, though.
strong results. Just again,
Up
this
like
is one of those names that
10%
because
on 'em.
we're so accustomed to strong results, even good quarters are just not good enough. Sometimes that's really been the story for Salesforce. But what's the news here this morning?
Well, Salesforce is up about 3% on some activist
We've done this
investor
before, actually, where we
activity,
flipped.
But you know, it's interesting.
I can't
because
remember
with
what
Salesforce, it's
transpired.
Up about 18%
I think that's when I got
so far
screwed
in
because it rallied a
January.
bunch.
So it's seen
And
a
you had
nice
exposure,
pump,
and
but
I
when you
just
take a look at
was
the
trying to scalp
November
it for some reason.
2021 highs, it was trading over
So it's good, it's
$300
bullish.
a share, and now it's trading at $156.
Now I have to
So
secretly enter
basically it's
positions
cut
and not close
its
them.
share price in half. So no surprise that we're starting to see some activist investors take hold. Elliott Management, the latest to take a stake in CRM. According to the Wall Street Journal, that stake is worth several $billions. The managing partner at Elliott tweeting, "We look forward to working constructively with Salesforce to realize the value benefiting a company of its stature." Meanwhile, there are also reports that Inclusive Capital has also taken a stance or a stake in Salesforce. It's
These
not clear
hourly
yet
candles.
what the impact of that position will be. And this, of course, all follows hedge fund Starboard Value's
as
investment
irrational
in the
as the
company late
SPY.
last year. Starboard hasn't actually pushed for any specific changes so far, but has really urged the company to increase its margins. And we've been hearing that in terms of some of the analysts' reaction
about
to
you
this
jerk.
activist and
You jerk.
investor activity, that's going to be the big focus, focusing on profits and focusing on margins. So no surprise, we're seeing shares.
Oh, I meant to do it on BBY. I just forgot. I'm just Monday morning rust.
Deutsche Bank did follow this news with the price target cut to $190 from $200, but maintains a buy rating on the company. So still bullish on the company. It's currently trading around 156. So even that 190
won't explode.
Higher than where it's currently trading.
Yeah, and I think this is interesting too, because this, of course, is all post co-CEO Brett Taylor's kind of sudden departure. Just Benioff at the helm there, so it's sort of almost as if there's this power vacuum that existed, and it's all these different hedge funds that like to, have an opinion and urge companies in one way or another, kind of, I don't know, seeing this as an opportunity to express opinion. It's certainly a company that there's tons of confidence in what it's doing. It's just where does it go from here? It's obviously not been a great last 12 months for shareholders, but all things considered, it's still a very powerful company, particularly within the software space from the customer relationship management standpoint. Obviously, CRM is the ticker, but these headlines, I think, usually are
nice.
They're sort of shock factor headlines, and then they take a while to play out. So for that reason, I'm going to say downvote. But
being weeklies, though,
to keep at least an eye on. And see
I would be looking for an exit today.
That's sort of a critical juncture,
but you could hold some 211%. You could exit and just make it free at least.
Moving
we'll
on,
at a good time today, which is that's 24. I don't know.
Carolina, so many of these names have
we could just kind of start rallying tomorrow, not have
but trying
any
to build on
sort
some
of slow
recent
morning.
optimism here to start the year.
But if we dump,
of course, no different. It looks like it's
you'll be so happy you got out of those weeklies.
Yeah, Shopify catching an upgrade, up 7% today, up 25% so far in January, so far in 2023. And Deutsche Bank turning bullish, upgrading it to buy from hold with a price target of $50. That's up from $40. The analyst says his conversations with people in the industry, including Shopify partners, suggest enterprise adoption of Shopify Plus should accelerate in 2023. He believes this should enable Shopify to once again
pushing them out requires closing them
US
though.
E-commerce growth. The analyst expects 2023 to be another volatile year for software stocks, with investors seeking confirmation of a bottom as fundamentals, as he says, likely deteriorate further. But Deutsche Bank prefers earlier cycle names within software for 2023 over later ones, and tells investors to selectively begin picking away at quality growth.
I don't know. I don't like to ever roll long options.
Growth.
I know people do, but I don't like to roll for debits.
The majority of analysts still in the hold camp for this one. I mean, it's a slim majority. There are 20 hold ratings versus 17 buys and 3 sells.
For one, that's the time you sell and the time you buy are not going to be the best times. It's the best time to sell, it's the worst time to buy. And then also, if the play went south and didn't work, I don't know if I'd necessarily want to keep throwing money into it.
No doubt, a Deutsche Bank kind of taking the lead here on Shopify.
All of it's breaking
out.
out.
Those other analyst shops maybe take a chance to update, as it's obviously been a really strong last couple of weeks for the company, up almost 20% here just over the last 10 trading sessions. Targeting an earnings date in the middle parts of February. I don't believe it's been confirmed yet, but I'm seeing an estimated date on February 15th. So take that with a grain of salt, but usually kind of in that ballpark then, as they're consistently sort of a middle of the road to the latter half, let's call it, of an earnings announcement. I'm going to say upvote. I think this is a pretty interesting story. Obviously a huge move here today. And again, maybe this is the beginning of the tide shifting for Shopify, because it was decimated.
You know what I mean though with the roll? Like the time to buy and the time to sell are different times.
Bottoming out near $20 a share. So trying to stage a comeback, almost doubling off the lows. We'll see if this is the beginning of something more. Last one on the list. This one's more of an awareness, to build awareness here. Verizon is slated to report earnings tomorrow.
Yeah, looks like it's starting to slow down here.
The names that
we'll see.
Associate with volatility, but earnings announcements, Caroline, can bring volatility in all shapes and forms.
Well done. Well
really,
played.
This is
to hold through and have weeklies and have them come back up. That's dope.
AMD, Shopify, it pales in comparison. Only up about 0.2%, which is pretty indicative of, as you were saying, telecom stocks being a bit more of the slow and steady type.
You're in the money then if you sold half at 211. That's awesome. Yeah,
In
HLBZ is
terms of
breaking
what
out for sure. It looks
analysts are
nice.
expecting EPS of $21.
Probably move up to
That
its
would actually be
pre-market.
lower than the year-ago period's
Pre-market,
$31
I don't know, somewhere up here, maybe at 35 cents.
$35.05 billion. Subscriber figures here are going to be
GNS
key
also
because
pretty
Verizon
strong.
reported losing
Nice little intraday bull flag
189,000 wireless
pendant
postpaid
thing.
phone subscribers in its consumer division.
So probably make a move
during
up
the
too to
third
that
quarter
5 range.
after losing 215,000 in the previous
I've got my
quarter.
capital, I
So
moved
we'll
it to
definitely
GME,
be
so
looking at that as well as any
my exposure on
commentary
those
on
is
its
no more.
outlook. And, you know, also some commentary on the status of the consumer, if they're not maybe paying their phone bills as quickly. That's kind of a good economic indicator
Yeah,
there
10%,
as
dope.
well. So Verizon, it's up about 0.2% today, as I said. It's only up
Want more
a little
exposure?
less than 2% so
Yeah,
far
grab
in
next week.
2023. But I think the important
On
thing
the
to
dip.
note there is it's really been underperforming
You know it's gonna
its peers.
chill at
When
some
you take a
point.
look at
It's just if it has a
AT&T, for
huge
example,
rip first
it's
and
up
then
about
the chilling is still
4.5%
more expensive
so
than
far
it is
in
now.
2023, but only down about 4% over the past year, whereas Verizon is down 25% over the past year. T-Mobile,
Yeah.
meanwhile, up 43%
BBBY
over
is
the
getting
past
wrecked
year,
today.
up about 4% in 2023.
Yeah,
So
that's
this is
pretty
one
bad. But this
that
is a Monday.
definitely underperforming its
always
peers,
Tuesday.
so we'll keep an eye on it, and of course, see if there's any spillover into AT&T and T-Mobile when we hear from Verizon tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one too. Not going to say upvote just because from a trading standpoint, surprised to see actually about a 4% move is sort of what's being priced in here. But dividend yield, of course, has swelled. Not entirely uncommon when you've seen this kind of interest rate move over the last year. These names are almost bond proxies in many ways, almost more utilities than communication services, where they're actually organized in the sector mix. But just for context, we were just talking Shopify as the last name. No real news headlines or earnings events on the calendar, Caroline. About 65% volatility in this week's options. Verizon has earnings and only has about 50% volatility. So you can just see there's sort of levels to it in terms of the levels of uncertainty. And Verizon's a quieter name, and that's one of the reasons so many trust maybe long-term assets into these kind of names. But as you mentioned, a pretty tough year.
Payer, Alex.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. And so we'll leave it there. Upvotes for the next segment as we'll take a look at AMD and Shopify, Salesforce and Verizon. Not quite making the cut, but certainly.
The Moon Pirates hazing people in Discord. This thing's relentless today. Yeah. Yeah, looking good. I know, it just, I don't know. Tesla, 7.5%. Highs moving up. Looks like consolidation before breakout on the SPY too. I forget what to do with my NRGV. Sell it. Every time I go to sell it, it looks nice. Does the melt up continue? This is a melt up that calls for some yes. The Yaz trigger. This a big cup and handle it's setting up? Little handle here. Big cappuccino cup. Buy new. Almost not almost new on the high. Almost breaking that high. Yep, broke it. New high soon, potentially. GME as well. Oh my. Yeah, I don't know. Two-year cycle? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're repeating March of last year. So if we're at 40 in the next couple weeks, then yeah. AMC? I think it's gonna go bankrupt. GME melting up. And fibs? Well, like intraday? Check them out. So yeah, this high back here could flip to support. This high right here could flip to support. Don, go easy. Oh, you want the extension. Not the retracement. Well, this will give it to you. Let's see. I think I did it right. Yeah. Well, the retracement also gives it, I think, right? Let's see. You just want to get hyped. You just want that hype fib. Alright. GME is finally coming down. Yeah, this will give it to you. So 24 would be the next level up on the fib. Looks like that's actually going to be confirmed too as far as the top goes. 24.41, which is basically where we have that line, 24.24. Yep. So that's up here. Right around there. And then next move, 27. We're close to that with our 27.14, 27.51. And some levels up in here in the 30s. I haven't started drawing lines up there, but yep, more or less old resistances and supports. Alright, GME is finally coming down. Whoa, huge volume. Zip Fizz. In the spirit to get hyped. Zip Fizz. Is that like emergency? Zip Fizz, I feel like that's like an emergency. Is that like an alcoholic emergency? This is a massive volume candle. Love it. Love the volume, even though it's red. I might start swing trading these IRA shares because there's no wash sale. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should. For the fun. Today's actually boring even though GME's up that much. See what happens at VWAP. HLBZ 62%. Things getting up there. Got a little ways to go to get that pre-market. Not regretting closing HLBZ for GME yet. GME doesn't go crazy the next few days. I will, though. GNS moving up. Maybe it needs to come up here to make the whole full cup. 5190 by just melting at the top. Ooh, that looks like a good bounce on BBY at 2830, at least for now. We haven't seen a bounce like that on it yet though. We got over the moving average. MACD flip bullish. They're taking turns, GME and BBY. Look at that. G move just down to that fib level. Oh, we have the fibs up there. Is that it? Yeah, you're just gonna wick to there. That's it. Crazy. I'm not buying it. Energy drink comes in powder form. Yeah, that's where I've maybe seen it. Let's go. Today is a good day. Green Friday, Green Monday. Who's gonna win the Super Bowl? I don't know. I don't even know who's in it. But I'll probably watch it. When I watch it is when I'll find out who's in it. Sell your GME, son. We had $10 on GME. Nice. HLBZ. Moving up. See what happens is pre-market high. Give it a little bit more. I mean, you got the wick up there, but let's just see. That wick is actually... Yeah, I'll do one at the wick too, because that was the high from yesterday. GNS also moving. That's true, that maybe was just a stop loss hunt. I mean, look at that volume though, that push it down there. Really thought it was reversal. Joe, what did I tell you about the trade? I said at least give it this week. GNS, yeah, GNS is looking nice. HLBZ is looking good. Yeah. The volume on HLBZ is crazy. 340 million today. Yesterday was 644 million. Eyes melting up. Is it Fizz Kool-Aid? Yeah, does this rally keep going? Hmm. Yeah, no, I'm just messing it. It's all good. GME, it could be a dud. Well, I don't think so. I think it'll probably make a big move. But a big move on GME at this point would be probably 100%. Less than 100%. So if you're getting in these ones with somewhat a good timing, you're going to get 100% anyways. Which brings me to the point that I'm talking about GME. If it can keep its predictability, then yeah, 100% it's a great trade. If it starts to lose that, then there's not a whole lot going for it, because the swings, while they're pretty large, if you're looking at small caps and penny stocks, when the market's hypey, like it has been, you know, there's a lot bigger percentage gainers. But the predictability is still somewhat there, so it seems like, at least. Well, we like the music. You should freaking subscribe then and hit the thumbs up. Yeah, I mean, those guys, analysts are crazy with their price targets. What did I say? The company's not making, like, the revenue is $12 million a quarter. Not profitable. They're losing money. So market cap right now, 102 million. I don't know anything about this space though, but I don't think it's terribly undervalued. But it is, if there's a huge short position that has to get out, then you're gonna have a lot of buyers. HLBZ 71%. Righteous. It's in that high from pre-market. Thank you guys for your subscriptions. Thank you for your likes. 29. SPY new high on the day. HLBZ pushing up on that resistance from pre-market and on up to the high from yesterday and pre-market high, it would appear. GNS also making us GME holders feel stupid. But it is Monday. $150K I spent on one candle. Yeah, 200K there. I don't know if we can directly correlate it that close, but yeah, they have come down on their borrowable shares, supposedly. I'm seeing GME come down to VWAP at least. VWAP's pretty high, but geez, natural gas is so volatile today. How do you even trade that? Finishing the cup. Happy Money Monday. The rabbit died? Could you guys? Could you? Yeah. Oh. GNS. Trying to reject there a little bit. Could be kind of a lopsided cup. HLBZ kind of rejecting there at this. I think they're kind of moving at the same time. Very interesting how that happens. Carvana up 12.5%. Crypto pumping. It is. I mean, GME is kind of still at that level, which isn't a good sign. Needs to break there. Head on up. Maybe Tuesday. Why these tiny little candles just on the move up. 1.6% on SPY. Wow. Look at this thing. Listen to yourself. Those 4 words? 3 words. Because crime. Crime, bro. New highs. Nobody's selling. This is crime. This is impossible. Nobody sold. HLBZ, yep, 71%. We're watching it. Moving up to that. It's at that pre-market high. On its way to the wick of it, potentially. But it is kind of setting up its own cup here. GNS is a little more pretty, but maybe set up its own cup and handle. One's a little bit better built. Dude, what is going on with SPY, man? 408. That was the price target I had. Is that gonna hit today? New pump for GME? Yeah, it pumped. We made money and now it's into GME. Losing money. SPY, finally a red candle. Oh, I didn't see it. Adding to GNS right now. Yeah, probably what Donner said. You're like right at the highs, so wait for a break or wait for it to reject and find a support, which it looks like it's rejecting. So HLBZ is holding pretty strong. But when they get up to those resistances, that's when you sell, you know, or you short. If it breaks out, then you can just close it and go long. But it's got to be a real breakout confirmed with some time and price action. BBBY suffering. No, I had a nice bounce there. That's still holding strong, that 28.30 bounce. I like that. If that's the low for the day, no problem. See what Tuesday brings. Really, it seems like it's probably going to wait for the IB to come down, unless tomorrow just rips for some reason. So that will probably be the rest of the week at least, before this thing gets attractive for another gamma ramp. That will probably then get shut down. Like that music, little Yaz. Ready to cool off the market after it just broke that high though? You're just talking about intraday. Yeah, intraday probably. Longer time frame. I think that 408 this week potentially. Yeah. Look at these moves. Looking for a good long entry, but maybe better use of capital to just go ham on GME contracts. Just scalp them. Put stop losses that don't get triggered. Intraday cool off to 408. HLBZ? Oh, yep, it's breaking through them. So there's the top line right there. This would be a nice short or a nice time to take profits and see if it fully breaks through. But yeah, it's right at it. It's just clipping the high from yesterday, and the pre-market also hit it. So momentum, yeah, it might keep going. You could hold, but going long here would be kind of crazy. I'd like to see it break and hold if I were to take a long. Next spot's up. Let's see. Didn't really even mark that one. Yeah, I'll put a line in there. Kind of the body on that candle, and then that's also support back here. Got kind of a clear path though. After this break, up to 41 cents, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I know some of you guys were bummed we got into it this morning. Oh, I'm such an idiot. That's what happens. Gotta buy when it's boring. If you bought when you were chasing, just be just as willing to get out just as fast. If you're chasing, you're buying when it's exciting, you're most likely not catching a lot of the move, and you're buying near the top where you should probably be selling. It wants it, man. But it's overbought. I don't know how much it has to go. Bet we can't get like birds as a sympathy. That'd be neat. I haven't heard back from the investor relations at Birds. BBBY back to VWAP. Yep. Overall cost basis. Nice. Yeah, GNS IPO'd super high. IPO'd at 8 and then just went on a tear. This wasn't even a SPAC or anything either, no, it just IPO'd. Well, GME was at 400. 120 now. HLBZ. GNS. Both of those highs. Be a nice spot to sell. SPY. It was right here that I bought. Bought in right here. Listen to yourself. GME is kind of holding support here, actually. Not looking good as far as momentum, but support-wise, it's holding that fib level. I'm a moron. Nat gas now with a bull flag intraday. Have to go long on it. Okay, got some nat gas longs. Maybe for a bit of a swing trade. It's flipping bullish on the longer time frames, on the daily candles. Somewhat bullish. And the intraday bull flag I like. Oh, Aaron, that might be a huge blessing that you're not buying into this FOMO, non-FOMO rally. If it's not on Robinhood or some sort of margin account, then no. Consumer spending dropping, inflation's still high, housing sales dropping. Product economy is good news. This is just, it's great. Everyone should buy SPY. It'll make the economy better. It'll fix the economy. Both those consolidating kind of at the highs. Me also. Maybe this won't get a bigger move down. FOMO to loss. 2160. Yeah, like the WAP. BBBY was so discounted. If it's not going bankrupt, it still is discounted. Come on. Think about it. 355 million market cap. Company does like 7 billion a quarter, 10 billion a quarter. Please. Buy? Red candle? Engulfing? Look at you! What? Oh crap. Got the wrong contracts. I'm an idiot. Oh no, these aren't wrong. Wait, what? So weird. Okay, hold on. Oh no, that's February. Oh, wait. The February contracts only have 3 days left on nat gas futures. Why? Nice, profits on BBY. That must be neat. Alright, SPY's about to close with this engulfing candle. We dare take a short up here. Might not be much downside. But probably some. Even at any kind of level. Sort of. No, I'm already getting wrecked on my nat gas. I forgot how these nat gas contracts move. It's freaking wild. How volatile it is. Ooh. What's up, Treaty Leaf? Yeah, I think it. I mean, I thought once it broke this, we'd rip up to 24, but it really didn't. There's 22 or whatever back here. Thought we'd go up to 24 quick, but nope. So I don't know. It's just the velocity. It's just not happening today. Not yet, at least. Is consolidating at that high. Same with GNS. Yeah, GME might hold that fib level right there. This chart just looks so bearish. Ugh. However, today making its way back down here, isn't it? 9.2. Have to get back into contracts here on GME. Someone else mentioned INBS. Where did I see that? Oh, was that on Zip Trader's watch list? Yeah, huge gap up on news. Or was that was maybe you, Donero? Huge gap up on news. Yeah. Maybe you missed it. But continuation? Sure. I don't know. This is an intraday scalp trade at this point. but it's not really making intraday moves. So good, just consolidation up here. Yeah, so just see if it holds this level and could go along. It might continue on tomorrow, the next day. I mean, it's way overbought, but that's consolidation at a nice level. Yeah, I think GME could still run in a week. So would have been a good short on SPY. But I'm chilling. Just entered today on Webull. Yeah, this is Webull actually I'm using. It's on this desktop, their desktop platform. Yeah, man. Scaling in is usually a good, safe way to get a position. So buying in allotments, chunks at a time. You get an average. Since timing the market is very difficult to do successfully, just take that element out and just add to it. Same with exiting a position, scaling out. Kind of hard to do, but it is a good way. GNS might want to break that high. Not really a high though. Really need to see it back up there. Doom Eternal. Maybe. Words start getting out. One tweet from Elon. Talking about GME still? I think Elon's tweeting about GME. So, buys coming down here. Freaking natural gas, you suck. Dude, this volatility is crazy. GME's still holding that first retracement level. It's like HLBZ and GNS are finally rejecting that level. HLBZ is. GNS never quite made it, really. Okay, now GME is breaking that fib. What happens at VWAP? It's 21.55. And the next support is basically this next fib, the 21.31. Rana. Oh, it says there's been Freeport news today. Freeport LNG asked federal regulators for permission to restart Freeport in Texas. Freeport says it has completed repairs to Texas liquefied natural gas. That was the news, causing the nat gas volatility. So that's bullish, I think, on natural gas, right? Because now we can start selling to Europe. But at this point, is there much demand there anymore? I think their surpluses are stacked. 900 end of day. End of day headed to 900. All right, almost back to VWAP. GNS not coming down with it. BBBY rejected. VWAP. I agreed with you. Cold shower. I agree with you last week. This week, it's not holding up. To me, not as impressive. This was kind of a big level for me mentally. Just kind of as part of the bull flag. So you're breaking that support. It's not as strong. But see if it holds this 28.16. And what tomorrow brings, really. If tomorrow's not much, then I guess see what happens on the first. If they pay their interest on their debt, and if that'll have any effect. Because I'd like to see go public. No, I feel like the market's full of corruption, and that just ruins most companies. I mean, I did SpaceX, but I don't know what it matters if what I see go public. It's like I have a position in. Oh, I do actually have, not in SpaceX. I'd like to see Aptera go public. I have Class B shares in Aptera. So, and that, there's talking about going public. Probably won't be till next year, which will probably be better anyways. This isn't really the best time to go public. Not a question of if, but when. No, I would, yeah. No rush to get calls on BBY. Well, I mean, you could get a bounce out of here tomorrow just with OPEX. But as far as a sustained rally starting tomorrow, I don't know. Most likely not, just with it flushing through that support today. And if it held this support, then yeah, maybe it could start to rebound, but need to find some sort of support level. If that 3 is the one. Glad to hear you're making money on HLBZ. That's nice. Definitely some up moves if there's some M&A on BBBY. Of course, we won't be able to predict that, but just speculate.
And get a little traction here. Not the worst thing. I just think let's take it with a grain of salt. It's been 2 weeks or 3 weeks of decent market, and I'm not ready to say that we're totally in the clear yet, especially when we're so data dependent these days.
Right, understood. That being said, what do you think investors should do? How should they position themselves? Where do you see opportunities?
So at our firm, we're always a big diversification play. We like large cap U.S. stocks these days. We think they're going to do better come a likely minor recession upcoming. Also, I think an interesting play is still tech stocks. They got so beaten up. You're starting to see them do the things they need to do to get their balance sheets in order. They're starting to do layoffs, things that
don't sell by end of day. Sell what?
The economy may not be great for their earnings. Generally, are going to be a little boost. So, if you want a value play in a weird sense, it's looking at the growth stocks and especially in the tech sector.
Right, understood. And so at this point now, when you see the earnings coming in, what are your expectations? I mean, I know there's been lowered expectations, but are they still too frothy going forward? Are expectations for earnings still too high going forward?
Nicole, it might be. It's hard to say exactly. I mean, like you put it, I think everyone's expecting a slowdown here. It's what the Fed is
Walmart
trying
50?
to do. It's what they're
You bought
accomplishing.
Walmart shares at $50?
And it's what makes it candidly investing in this environment tricky, is that it's hard to read what way the market and the street's going to go when bad news is good news and good news is bad news. It becomes really challenging, which is why, again, I'm a big proponent. I think the only consistent way to invest is to really look at diversifying, looking at long-term horizons, positioning yourself. This is a great time to reshift, right? Get out of asset classes that you aren't excited about or stocks that you think you can pivot from, and buy and hold those new guys, new gals.
Yeah. When are you going to say inflation is tame enough? I mean, you have the Federal Open Market Committee still talking. I mean, they knew now it's not transitory. They've decided that. But they're still moving forward with rate hikes up, at least one, and maybe very likely a second.
Yeah. Again, I think that goes back to, we're really looking at halfway through the year. We think a lot of the stuff has been priced in. I mean, housing and shelter, that's a lagging effect. Real estate's
nat gas,
but the
breaking that
kinks in the
VWAP.
armor are there, and
God, these contracts moves is crazy.
I mean, it's hard to say we won the inflation game when you're still in the 6.1% or wherever our last reading was last month. So
UFC, I'm not
we're
sure.
far from out of the woods. Good signage. You're seeing service and goods both retracting in inflation. So
company?
To your point,
Never heard of
one
this.
for sure we know about. We anticipate at least one other, and then you're kind of there. We don't see them decreasing this year, that's for sure, unless something drastic happens. We think that's probably
Receivership order,
terminal
suspension
rate,
trading,
more
board
looking like
member
next year to
resignation.
start to wean back there.
Yeah, maybe the worst of it behind us. Andrew Rosen, good to see you. Thank you so much. Andrew Rosen, Diversified, thank you. Plenty more to come right here on the watch list. Activist investors are building positions in Salesforce. What does that mean for the company? Plus, we'll take a look at some changes in the retirement contributions, your IRA news, learn all about it. And our panel is ready for a preview on earnings. Logitech. After the bell, we got to hear more about this one. And up next, finding value in some international stocks. How much longer will they outperform U.S. equities? That's all ahead right here on the watch list. Stay with us.
So instead of shorting that gas, we're going long. Should have grabbed that short on the ES. Kind of waiting maybe to go long though, so on a low, grabbing a long, like this support down here potentially. It's there. There's been some news about GNS, yeah. I haven't like heard it on CNBC, but they probably mentioned it at some point. But yeah, you can look on, there's articles on HLBZ too.
significant upgrade to valuation. Shopify up almost 7%. Deutsche Bank upgrading the stock to buy from hold, raising the price target to $50, up from $40. They said adoption of its new Shopify Plus platform should help the company outpace its competition in 2023. And Apple is up almost 3% after Morgan Stanley called it a top pick. The analyst said the reopening in China will have important implications for demand as well as
Why are you
supply.
thanking Bruce Wayne?
And Spotify is up over 2%. The company said it would lay off 6% of the global workforce. The job cuts would impact 600 employees. Streamer's CEO said they were too ambitious in investing ahead of the revenue growth. And Bitcoin. Well, this one's at the highest levels since August. It's at 23,000 on the nose, up 2.7% as we speak. Now for more on the markets and some stock picks for you as well, Ryan Myers is with us, quantitative portfolio manager at Causeway Capital Management. Ryan, thanks for being here. So what are you thinking about the market before we get to all the details of international, U.S.? I mean, how are you feeling overall?
Well, it's certainly the market certainly bounced in the last few weeks. I think the expectation for a soft landing is really sort of gaining, increasing number of believers, and so as long as that happens, I think market looks decently positioned here.
Bezos.
So, do you feel like we're in the
wait, Bruce Wayne is Jeff Bezos?
Whole Fed thing, so maybe it's time to get some risk on, or at what point will you say that?
It's tough to say for sure. I mean, whether the Fed stops after 2 more quarter basis point hikes or continues a little further, I think we're certainly closer to the end than the beginning. But what's also apparent is that we're certainly in a higher for longer period of interest rates going forward, and against that backdrop, we like value stocks. I mean, historically, value's done very well when central bank liquidity is in tightening mode, which it is not just in the U.S. but around the world. Yeah,
understood. At this point now, we have seen international outpacing the U.S. You think that's likely to continue?
It's certainly possible. I mean, that's certainly the trend, and I guess even Bank of Japan is sort of flirting with the idea of tightening after a long period of easy money. I think regardless of what happens, we're in a period where interest rates, where the cost of capital is no longer zero, it's positive, and that will bring down the valuations of, well, it will make value stocks look more attractive, whose cash flows are in the near term future, and even internally when companies are making decisions, obviously they can no longer factor in 0% cost of capital.
GNS breaking 5.
Right, understood. So let's go over some of the names that you do like and how you went about selecting these specific names. You have Finvolution, Chinese online lender. Tell me a little bit about that one.
That's right. Well, there's a lot of optimism around the reopening of China. A lot of names have already rallied significantly. Finvolution is up about 25% since the end of October, but we think there's still a lot of upside, especially relative to some of the other names that have rallied. As you said, it's consumer lending to individuals, to small businesses. The average loan is about $1,000 $500, 3,000 to 4,000 RMB. They target more tech-savvy, younger borrowers who may be underserved by the traditional banks. And not only should the China reopening really help the stock, but in December, the public company accounting oversight
GNS has been high
in the US disclosed that it had been given access to the audit firms that audit the U.S. listed Chinese ADRs, and this is a U.S. listed ADR, so that's certainly positive. From a valuation perspective, it's still dirt cheap, 3.4 times 2024 earnings, 3.8% dividend yield. They still have some left under the existing buyback authorization. So overall, very attractive valuation, and they're growing outside of China as well. They have a big Indonesian business that's about 12% of their revenue now.
And in the right place, being a lender, and
always wants to break.
U.S., as you said, it's an ADR. Now we turn our attention over to the U.K. electric and gas utility company, Centrica. Tell us a little bit about this one.
Yeah, Centric is interesting. So they operate under the British Gas brand, supplying natural gas and electricity to UK residents and businesses. But what sets Centrica apart is it actually has pretty significant exposure upstream. So they own 20% of the nuclear power plants in the UK. They own 69% stake in a North Sea-based
All right, 5190, that next level on GNS.
company, and so they have significant exposure
Yeah,
to
36
higher
is the highest
energy
I've seen.
prices, and that's really boosted earnings, not just last year, but it's expected to continue in the future.
Oh,
The
GNS
stock is
new
trading,
high.
you know, 5
Wow.
times 2023 earnings.
New high on this rally.
They just actually reinitiated their dividend last July.
Wow, and it's ripping.
And over the next 4 years, if you sort of take the cumulative cash flows, they should
Let's
basically
see.
total the entire market cap of the company. So basically 100% cumulative free cash flow yield over the next 4 years.
Yeah, so yeah,
And
it's
even
definitely
by
had
the
big
end of
runs.
2023, they should have about 2 billion pounds net cash on their balance sheet. And that's about 35% of market cap. So we certainly like these return of capital stories, especially in uncertain times.
Understood. And last but not least, we turn our attention to steel. You have a steel maker, a Swedish steel maker.
HLBZ broke out at the same time. They're moving at the same time. That's
SSAB. Tell me a little bit about this.
oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Yeah, this is a relatively smaller player in the global steel market, but they operate in more of the specialty premium.
Both broke
end of
out.
the
I mean, you
market.
could take a long here.
And steel, obviously, extremely cyclical business.
There it goes. There goes
2021
GNS.
Peak EBITDA margins to basically Q4 of last year that were negative spot margins for a lot of players.
All right, let's
A lot
see
of
the next level
European
in here.
mills shut down capacity in that environment, and you're starting to see a turn in the prices again with the China
544. It's kind of
reopening.
where it
That certainly
is.
helps with European demand not being quite as bad as expected with the warmer winter, and so you know, overall the tide may be turning. They're very well positioned in, as I said, the higher end markets. Again, the stock's very cheap. 4.4 times 2023 EBITDA, 8% dividend yield. So, you know, a big, you know, and again, a clean
575.
balance sheet, roughly 23% net cash balance, 23% as a percentage of market
Like
cap.
HLBZ broke out as well. Got some numbers here already.
This uncertain environment. So it's not just that you like an online
Yeah,
lender
HLBZ to
or a
41
steel
cents.
company. It's these companies in particular are looking abroad here and just trying to get the best bang for
Oh,
your buck.
bear flag on SPY.
Ryan, nice to see you. Thank you. Ryan Myers.
Thank you so much,
Capital
If that
Management.
holds.
Thanks. Coming up next, let's focus on Salesforce. More activist investors build up positions. What does it mean for the future of this software giant? Next, here on the watch list.
BBBY getting a little squeezy. Into VWAP though. Free of the market. 105 million volume. Yeah, volume on HLBZ is wild.
Whether you're an experienced
Everything's green,
investor
quick
or
sell.
just getting started,
And-
TD Ameritrade are
Oh, 105 was HLBZ at 450. Oh, that's insane. That's right. Yesterday was 644 million. Free free float's 30 million. Seems legit. Party City's getting some movement. Bankrupt stocks gonna start investigating short sellers. Is that the news? Come on. Aptera. APTERA. It's just a little EV car company. Like GME might be bouncing on VWAP. It's a little unnerving because it's kind of right at that resistance on GME. Might jump back into my IRA shares. Basically, where I closed them. But you never know how far down it's going to go. Oh, I forgot. I wasn't even thinking it's a separate account. Yeah, I don't have 25K in that account. I don't know if I want to faith violation. Wait. It didn't even, it told me when I closed it. It does already have one on here too. Buy's coming down. HLBZ might be rejecting that breakout. With you, win or lose 1 year from now-ish? What you talking about, Willis? Oh. Yeah, I think the IPO. I really like the concept and what they're doing. They can execute it well. You know, we don't know. But yeah, I'm into it as far as just a product, so sometimes that's enough for me for an investment. GME's behavior, I'll feel like I have a good grasp by end of this month. Really the end of the week. But I was getting pretty lost there until I saw this rocket pattern basically line up with this one. And then I was kind of seeing where we were, confirming more that we're in this area, which is, I was thinking we could have been, but I didn't understand this spike right here. But if you put that spike over here, it's like the same percentage, very similar price action even. This one just started much lower. These candles were all up here, it would have been a spike like up here, and then so I think so, but you never know every time because it could be over at any time. Predictability, and because it has gotten a little bit weird with the split and stuff, of course. So yeah. Buy's coming down. Why didn't I take that short? GNS is holding up above there. That's nice. Yeah, cold shower. I mean, we all have our different ideas on GME. And my iced coffee's here, so my velocity of speech is going to pick up. Yum. Nat gas moved back up, which is nice. That was crazy how quick that position went against me. I'm still down on it. Within like 5 minutes, though, I was down $550 on it. It's like, what? Now I'm down 200. It did 2 contracts, which is nothing, but I think it's volatile today. Well, I can do my covered calls now. Coffee makes me smart. Not a good time to open the middle of the day, but whatever. Oh, I can't have enough bunker. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. Get that account up a little bit. Kind of want a long on SPY here. Let's hit its low. Okay. I went long with 3 micro ESs. Very well could keep moving down, at least to VWAP even. It's still up 1.3%, but I'll probably hold through since it did break that high. I think this rally will probably continue over the next few days. There are some big earnings, so maybe some volatility through there, but I think 408 easily be on the table the next day or two. This is a squeeze. Yep. Hope you made money. Congratulations. Well, it's good. It's kind of consolidating above that breakout, but needs to hold that. GNS just starting to wake up there. GNS moving up. $57.50. That level from? Is that pre-market? Here. $61.75. I just wait and see what it does. Spike them down here a little bit more. I got a starter position on my long. I got 3, I think, of the micros. Yeah, 3 of the micros. So I could average into them.
Up to 33,782 in the NASDAQ.
A little more downs on the SPY.
11,918.
Not sure it's going to hold this support.
Today,
Might move all the way to VWAP.
50-day moving average. The NASDAQ's the only one that's a bit
That's
of an
actually
outlier.
400
When you look
level
at the
there, so
longer
a
data,
bounce
the
there would be
200
pretty
day,
bullish.
It's holding
But
below it. The S&P's,
yeah.
the Dow, the Russell are above that moving average. But a busy week ahead, Nicole. We've got jobless claims on Thursday, which I think will be closely watched after that really strong report last week. In addition to GDP, durable goods orders, we've got personal income and spending on Friday. Kind of a slow start to the week in terms of eco data, but a busy week in terms of earnings as well. I mean, Microsoft, Tesla, we've got some big names throughout the week. As I look at the list, we're talking GE, we've got Chevron at the end of the week, but in between now and then, just a handful of names to keep an eye on in terms of tech names. Lam Research, I saw J&J, Verizon as well. But, you know, as I mentioned, today's move, continuation of the move that we saw to close last week out, and you mentioned the strength that we'd seen this year in terms of stocks. I noticed the S&P Friday higher by almost 2%, the NASDAQ up 2.75% on Friday, and the NASDAQ also for the week posting a gain by about almost 0.75%. The only one of the 4 majors able to do so.
I don't know what you mean.
Strength in tech as well as rates have come off. We've been watching 10-year yields back down below 3.5%. But yeah, busy week here. Lots of focal points for investors and traders, but definitely a start that the bulls were looking for here this Monday morning, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bulls are feeling pretty good ahead of this big week of earnings. I mean, almost surprising to see this momentum that we've seen. And that being said, I know you're watching things like oil and gold. I mean, when you look at what's going on in the metals
gas getting back to my price.
I saw, for example,
need to decide if I want to close it.
With gold, $19.29 a troy ounce.
Yeah, it's been on the move higher here with the indices rallying.
Yeah.
The dollar's come off, and that's giving
time constraints?
gold, crude a little bit of a lift also.
Yeah, instead of TA.
Oftentimes you do see that inverse
based on
correlation.
time.
But first and foremost, in terms of gold,
yeah, I've done
that
that
volatile
before.
session here today, it actually spiked down to that like 1915, just below 1920
buying,
level
scaling
before
in.
rallying
I've done
back.
that
At the
more
same time,
often.
gold
Like
was selling off this morning. Silver was selling off.
kind of regardless of
And
price,
gold,
just
interestingly enough, the dollar was kind of
buying
hanging out around 102. So
at a
gold's
certain
downside
time,
momentum was somewhat limited. Rallied back here. You can see hanging out around
I've done that
1930,
selling as much, I
fractionally
guess.
higher on the day. But look at where it is right now. I mean, in the middle of the range that we established last year, hanging out right around this 1900 level. Similar situation in terms of where the dollar is, and crude oil is just now starting to inch its way back. Keep in mind, if crude was in the middle of the range that we established last year, it'd be trading up around 100. So it's been a bit of a laggard to the upside relative to that dollar weakness with that inverse dollar relationship. But I think
400-ish
some
on
of that
SPY.
is a reflection of some of the China concerns. We've seen the reopening trade start to play out, but
See what
not
holds
really to
here.
the extent that the crude
VWAP's
bulls would like to see it to. We've seen
399.21.
inventories on the rise, and even though the IEA and the EIA have had some comments, you know, kind of
Favorite
supportive
number?
of the rally
No.
that we've seen off the lows that we saw recently around 70. Crude's still kind of struggling, right? We saw it recently here
Maybe
back to
testing that
82 to
support
begin the
and
week here.
VWAP.
The Brent to 89.10, but that December high from last month's up around 83.34.
400.08,
93. Last week's
400.06,
high up around 82.66. So as mentioned,
400.
lows from 70 last month, but still some hurdles to get up above. And now that I think of it, you got the December high in the SPX up around
Here's
4,100.
135.
So again, even the
Awesome.
strength we're seeing here,
I
the
feel like I'm
December
missing
highs
out
still
now.
have yet
A lot
to
of
get
favorite
breached.
number
We're
and
talking
stuff.
in crude, we're talking in the SPX
My favorite
as
number
well.
is
So we've got some levels to the upside to keep an eye on
402.
if this rally continues.
Ben, like
Probably gonna move
thank
back
you
to
so much.
VWAP,
Great to
I
see you.
imagine.
Thanks, Ben. It's time to talk about retirement planning, changes that we all need to know about. James Locke is with us, co-founder of Pool and Locke Associates. Thank you so much for being here. So I know you're going to give us some updates on IRAs and things that we need to know about. I'm definitely looking forward to that. First, just give me your big picture on what you're thinking the market is telling us at this point.
Sure. You know, because we're constantly dealing with retirees.
GNS a lot stronger than HLBZ right
sector here, and people need to understand, you know, hey, what's happening in the economy and how it's going to affect, you know, their retirement, or maybe they're close to retirement. I mean, obviously we're seeing things slow down, right? Half the nation's business economists think the U.S. is going to sink into recession, or maybe it's already there. You know, there's still debate as to whether that's actually going to happen. We've certainly seen the economy begin to slow down in response to high inflation, rising interest rates, things like that.
Right.
We're seeing households cutting
SPY
back
broke
on
400.
spending.
399.22 is
hiring
next.
Fewer people. You know, we're kind of, like you said, a lot of the Dow reporting earnings this week. We're going to see what happens there. We're going to see what happens with the Federal Reserve come next week. We got, you know, where are interest rates going? You know, let's hope, from the Fed's point of view, they're probably the biggest player in this. Let's hope that, you know, they can.
I'm not thinking it will.
That, hey, we're looking back.
The second time something hits, it always has less effect.
That they don't kind of overcorrect and nosedive us into recession. That would be.
And it, of course, it depends on the short position, like how large it is.
Important things that retirees.
As far as the hype trade, it's going to
are facing and are fearful
have
that make a difference
less
to their
push.
bottom line today, because they don't have the time to recover.
Yeah, I mean, they got hit really hard last year. I mean, in pretty much every category. So there's this sort of moment where you're freaking out and saying, look, I don't know what to do now. But you do get this bonus that you can put more into the IRA, right? I mean, do you consider that a bonus? Tell me a little bit about now the contributions. What has changed for 2023? Maybe because we've had a tough time, maybe because of inflation. I don't know exactly what's behind it, but you give us all the updates we need to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Please. So, you know, every now and then the IRS does something good, right? And so they're upping contribution limits. So we're telling all of our clients, hey, you know, if you have the ability to, you know, save as much as you can, you get this tax deferral, right? And with IRAs, they're up another $500 this year, $6,500 or $7,500, depending on your age. But more importantly, in those 401ks that most people are saving in, it's all the way up to $22,500 or all the way up to $30,000, depending, again, on your age. So that's a big chunk of money that can help save taxes today by deferring those and allow for, you know, one of those things that's most important in generating wealth down the line is tax deferral, right? Time and tax deferral. Yeah. Right. So the government's working in our favor from that point of view. And, you know, as far as taking a beating last year, recessions and pullbacks have always been buying opportunities, you know, in the past. If you just turn around and look at the past. And unless the world is coming to an end anytime soon, that pattern isn't going to change. It's going to continue. Yeah. So now we have this unique opportunity to buy things on sale, so to speak, if you look at it that way. And not only buy it on sale, but buy things tax deferred on sale. Does that mean things aren't going to go lower? You know, we don't know. We don't know what the Fed's going to do. But we're presented with this opportunity now, and it's all about taking the opportunity when it's right in front of you.
And look, our parents, I mean, my dad always used to say dividend payers, corporate bonds. Those are still on your list of a good way to have a diversified, proper mix of income-focused investments, right? Tell me
moving 20%.
And what you would look at now.
Sure, we're always a little more because again we're
it's going to break
people
6.
Stepping into retirement are already there. They're less concerned with, you know, trying to make a big hit tomorrow and more concerned with that payout stream over time.
Nice, there's
just
6 on GNS.
with the dividend paying stocks, and they're a big part of our portfolio as well. But you can mix in and diversify things. It's not just stocks and bonds.
Cup and handle played
business
out.
Development companies.
Sort of.
There's the real estate portions, and those have taken
Let's
a
see
little
what
bit of a beating.
Little fibs are here.
You know, in the past, things like that are coming
like that.
back.
So that gives you $8 price target.
Stocks. A lot of these A lot of
Crazy.
these things that have very predictable and repeatable
Seems like it's
income
moving there.
streams,
6
and
1/4.
you know, things that you can rely on.
On the
And
stupid GME
I'm
holder.
always a fan of saying, hey, you should
HLBZ
always have
breaking
the
out new
individual investments.
highs.
You should own the bond, or you should own the real estate investment trust, or you should own the BDC, rather than owning them in some sort of fund form, because that kind of gives you the contract. And this way, you know you're getting always a right way and a wrong way. I like financials kind of coming up. You know, 'cause,
BBBY
hey, it's not
even
always
getting a
about
little
that income stream. You do
action
need to make your
over
pot grow a
VWAP
little
with some
bigger.
volume.
A few sectors we're looking at, the financials. Like I said, they've already been down for a while. They started to outperform. So that's a good sign. Stocks could rally. They could
Here's
really
your breakout.
rally. In the financial sector, it's really if I had to
Both
pick
of them in
a
the
couple out,
90%.
I like Truist Financial, that's TFC, and Citigroup. You know, they both have potential on my list. Like I said, in the real estate
Moving
sector,
down.
you have the rising rents. Retail occupancy trends are offsetting those higher costs. So, that's at least moving in the right direction. And energy goes without saying, higher prices and spreads continue to lift estimates despite the falling demand, which is what the Fed is trying to do. And as long as the Fed doesn't nosedive us into recession, those are a couple sectors that could benefit. Always a little on the nervous side, the information technology, communications, materials, consumer discretionary. You see a lot of softening demand there, exchange rate problems or potential risks, inflation. That's all a headwind against those. And from the retirement point of view, you want to be focused on that value a little bit more than the growth. That doesn't mean you have to give up that growth potential. It's there, but if you're getting that value,
All right, spies at VWAP.
Then it's going to make that retirement
This
more
is
of a retirement of ease.
Good spot to bounce.
All right, James, thank you. Nice to see you. Appreciate all the details and the updates on those contributions, too. James Locke, Pool Lock Associates. Thank you. Coming up next, the preview of Logitech earnings after the bell. So the tech company cut its guidance earlier this month, and it's missed a few prints in the last few quarters. So what can we expect from today's numbers? Our panel weighs in.
HLBZ and GNS kind of settling down. GME sitting on top of VWAP. And it's going through VWAP and oversold. Is there news or something? It's a pretty big sell-off, actually. Lace has been, that one's moved. That one's been a mover before. Yeah, chart's nice. I don't, this is the one. Verb moving again? HLBZ new highs. Oh, Verb gapped up. The second gap up? Is that you that mentioned it the other day? 28 million? Lace does, it's I mean it's pretty high already. It's getting up near resistance. BBBY breaking VWAP. I don't know what caused that sell-off. That's a pretty big one. Now it's flushing through VWAP and is oversold. uh hmm. HLBZ 100%. Hold it after hours? I mean, you can sell in the after hours, so you don't have to really make that decision. See how it goes. If it holds up, decide. Could keep ripping after hours. Market is kind of dumping though. HLBZ hit that 41 cents. What can you do to create value? I don't know. Thumbs up, subscribe, hang out, chat, share it. BBD. I like BBY moving up here. I didn't listen to myself when I should have here. And I didn't listen to myself here for the short, but that wasn't too strong conviction. It was just engulfing at a high, but wasn't resistance. So that's a free pass. But now that would have been a much better play than this long right here. Got a nice trend. The hourly's got an RSI divergence there. Eh. A lot of these have made their moves. A lot of charts look like this. Look similar to this. Some have made big moves after this, but this one is already overbought, and you're pretty much at the starting to get to the resistances. So upside probably not as great as the downside. $4,100 or 41 cents on HLBZ. 0.4100. 0.4100, yeah. Okay, little bounce here. $500 million volume on HLBZ. Ugh. A 10 million float. Wait, HLBZ? Oh, 81 million? What? The GNS at 10 million? Okay, yeah. 81 million. Buy bounce on the VWAP. I was thinking I should maybe save my margin buying power for GME options. But now I'm down on them, so. Well, we got a good exit on GME. Exited here, and then here, and then here. Are we up or down today? Halftime union break? We're up 10% on GME. SPY's up almost a whole percent still. Bankrupt companies are up also. Revlon, Party City. Oh, look at that candle on Rev. Party City's melting up. BBBY moving up. We're down $1. Alba is outpacing GNS for now. Yeah, this volume on Alba is 500 million volume. Oh, power hour in 2 minutes. Well, Is 109%. Wow. $0.45 next on HLBZ. GNS, maybe that 8108. For 12%. All right, power hour. BBY has looked more bullish until that candle, but it lasts like 10-15 minutes. I was gonna check SDC earlier actually. Uh-huh. Kind of would like some exposure to SDC. I'm out of sketchy plays. Could get some. SDC maybe next to start a short selling task force to fight crime. Did this nat gas ever get good exit? 34.75. No. I'm on the east. In the east right now. Pulse taking over BY power. Nope, doesn't look like it. See that volatility to the downside. It is day trader move. Yeah, we've been up. Oh, I guess I had video around it. We were up 100K in one morning on GME from the day before. GME breaking VWAP. So next support's right here at 2131 and 2095. Today's Monday though. This was not much of a move as expected today. Kind of rejected that level perfectly. That slow melt up, low volume out of that resistance was not enough. Just shut it down. Big volume, big candle. Adios, muchachos. Well, I'm glad I got out of those longs today. Hard not to chase this thing when it's just so bullish, but it just didn't make sense. I mean, it's still up a lot though. Still up good. All right, GME's at the next level, 2131. Eyes looking weak here on VWAP though. No, you didn't piss him off. He's just a dick. Oh, the Super Bowl. I don't even know who's in it, but I'm excited to watch it. I like to eat football food. It's fun to watch sporting events, especially when you never watch them. It's kind of like a novelty. Short interest? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Come on, Juan. You know it doesn't matter. What I care about more in short interest, I guess, would be the borrow fee and the available shares. But even that is very speculative, or yeah, loose data. Borrow fees at 18%, but it's been on decline for like a year. They have a lot of available shares. I don't know what's going on. Actually isn't updated. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah. GME might be bouncing on that level. Whoa. Skyscraper? No. Nothing matters. 4 to 5 stories? Oh, in the Midwest? Yeah, that's true. '22nd century group. I don't know what you guys are talking about. HLBZ 110%. All right, let's get this bear market rally going again, huh? Could get more here, or I think I wait. Elba is breaking out, new high, 45.03. Let's see if it makes it. Can't believe I flipped this for GME. No, it's probably still a good idea. Still a good idea. This is much more risky. Skyline of a certain city? Certainly. Certainly, I'm sure there is. $3.10. 10 minutes into power. I'm gonna do a video soon here. Jeez, Hellbiz. Where did I close this today? Yeah, I closed right here. Holy crap. Just a couple grand. 66%. Would have been another, yeah, 600 bucks or so. I think I made that actually on flipping GME options today. Scalping them. That was weird. I don't know, what's the next level up here on the old Hellbiz? I mean, definitely there. Right? You gotta have that one in there. Probably up here. This thing's getting pretty volatile up here now. It's gonna get halted. GNS is selling off. What if people are selling this for Hellbiz? SPY moving up with some velocity. All Rocky Mountains are St. Louis Arch. Almost real Hellbiz. Yep. GNS profit taking. SPY's moving up pretty good though. BBBY not going with the market. GNS cashing out? Yeah, probably. You know, we'll get back in, I guess. Definitely profit taking. I don't know what's gonna happen after hours, but yeah. Only you can really decide that. It is, I mean, this is a pretty big move up. Well, yesterday gapped up and sold off. Today gapped up a little bit and just rallied, so momentum's there, but it's super overbought. Here is somewhat of a cup and handle. Maybe a handle forms to end of day or maybe tomorrow. So far, it's just a cup. But yeah, this looks like a. Let's see if it's a top or if it consolidates here. Almost 10% on GME. It's a good move up. BBY almost 10% down. Nice, Saley. Well done. Yeah, never hurts taking profits. Only close for 10 minutes. I'd probably take profits. Yeah, I mean, you can wait till it looks like it's topping today. You'll probably see a big red candle to signify when profit taking has started, or you can try and time the top and just sell at 50 cents, put a limit order or something, or just below it. 122%. I mean, there's no way to know these things, but it's so volatile. But you got to imagine, moved up a lot, and stocks need time to cool down. You can always scale, take off some, make it free, lots of stuff. Have a goal today? No, I don't set goals. Well done, guys. Now just be disciplined not to chase, not to get back in. Unless the setup's right. Almost sold GME. You can actually get them back. So once you sell them, you just buy it back and then just change the tax loss to the ones you just sold. You've got 2 days to do that before they settle. Oh, that natural gas contracts. It moves much more just on support and resistances and momentums than like candlestick patterns. You closed out? No way. Okay. I mean, that's fine. You can always get back in. I closed out of a lot of stuff today, actually, too. But I'm anticipating getting back in tomorrow. He didn't like the move up today. He wanted it tomorrow. Is that why? I'll have to read it. Let me see it. This week on BBY, tomorrow and Wednesday will be the most telling. But as I was saying last week, it might take a week or two for the IV to keep coming down on the options chain. That's a big mover on this stock for sure. So a lot of open interest still, but the IV is still really high, so it's not attractive. But tomorrow's T+2 from OPEX, and that could move it up some for sure. As far as a big move up, could still happen this week. I don't like it breaking this low. That kind of this whatever, where was it? Here, that 330 from last week, and now being down here, this doesn't make me think it's going to turn around as quick as if it just held up above this. But yeah. It'll take some time, maybe. Like, it clearly is not correlated with really the market or GME right now, kind of going on its own. So this bear market rally spies in, and I think will continue at least for a few days. I don't think it's going to have any pressure, it seems like, on GME moving, or sorry, BBY. Yeah, I start before market opens typically. We should do all that and provide fake liquidity. Put this stuff in the HLBZ. Best move ever. Well done. Nice. VIX was moving up. So he's bearish on the market. I don't hold the VIX weight that much. I went long actually here. Breaking this high, this 400 high, and now kind of using that as support. I think we're going to keep moving up. There's a lot of earnings this week though, so but this is kind of, this could be setting up an RSI divergence, I think. Not a very pronounced one yet. I mean, I was short yesterday. I shorted here when it resisted that 400 and double top there or whatever. Didn't break it. Made that move down, then that OPEX just got crazy, wild, bullish, and now it's broken out the other way. So, I'm bullish still at this point on the market, kind of rallying, bear market rallying. There's a nice exit on HLBZ. So yeah, I'm still bullish on GME, but I did scalp stuff out today. But yeah, I'll have to look at VIX. Let me share it on Discord. I'll take a look at it on stream here. Well, I got a few minutes left actually. Linux's post. Bullish flag. It's getting pretty low, but yeah, I mean, triangle. Yeah, kind of a pennant type deal. Yeah, the retrace on this too, like, I think it's actually even lower to hit that next level on the fib. The fibbies. What the heck? Where is it? It's right here. Also, it's right next to that support. So yeah, we kind of broke through there. Yeah, next level down, unless if it's holding right here, which it's not really. It looks like it broke through there. Is 2230. So that'd be pretty ugly. But today is pretty ugly, 11%. Yeah, GNS selling off. HLBZ, not yet, but it probably will. Oh, maybe too soon, not sure. Media, 20-second. Entry group is a stock price. What? Is a stock price? What's the ticker? 22? XXII? I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, yeah. 22nd century. No idea what this is. 20K in this? Seeing a head and shoulders there. Might have a little more room to go, but it's getting close to these resistances, so I would look for it just start hitting resistance and either rejecting it or breaking out. So if you're long and you're profitable, yeah, it might have a little more to go. I mean, the chart's still bullish. Depends on a lot of things on what you want to do with it. Your financial situation and your trading and your plan. So you need a plan before you enter or when you're going to exit. But yeah, it looks like it could keep moving up a little further. Okay, let's see. See Lennox's update here. This dude does flip around a lot. I've never followed him as closely as we have the last couple of runs. So he's what, down here? Are these all his comments? Breaking Pakistan raises benchmark interest rate by 100 basis points, the highest in more than 24 years as economic crisis mounts. Please must be the reason why we dump. Thought it will, mentioning anyways. Well, here we go. Good old days. SPI up $2, XRT up $1, GME up 60 cents. Cool down time, 12.5%. Fairly sure we'll see some stupidly high price tomorrow, but I'm not staying in for it. Already cycled out into some other sectors that won't be affected by this SPY block for the longer term. Since this YOLO worked, I'll be making more posts. Since this YOLO worked. BBBY VIX is finally moving as if they'd let this be a mega run. So he thinks it's going up tomorrow? You're just being a contrarian to his move. These guys, oh, these are old. Huh. VIX. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's double bottomed here, but I don't hold a whole lot of weight on that just because of the VIX and looking more at price action on SPY. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, I did take some profits today, but I did flip long on SPY. I got stopped out of my shorts, and it breaking this 400 level, I said I'd flip long. Unless today is a false break. Could be. I mean, that definitely does happen. Didn't like... Yeah, I mean, us closing here isn't great. I like it to close over 400, but as far as the bull case. But I don't think SPY necessarily has to have a big squeeze. It could just kind of consolidate, kind of settle down, and GME could still go. So don't hold a ton of weight with the correlation either. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Lennox even said he expects it to be really high tomorrow, but he's done. He's out. So that's just his risk tolerance. Is, you know, no one can say when he should enter or exit. But he even said it's probably going to keep going up. So I don't know. He doesn't want to hold longer in case he gets screwed. He had weeklies. I would definitely be out today if I had weeklies too. Especially the amount he had. I think he was like full porting into weeklies, which is dumb. Yeah, it's a great scalp for him. This thing went up 12% today. Make 20-30% on a huge amount is great. So yeah, he did well. That's nice. It happened Monday and not Tuesday. Less theta decay. Yeah, Could be. I'd like to see, for me to think it's the top, I'd like to see the run to actually start first. We haven't even seen the run start. Yeah, I know. HLBZ volume is outrageous. GME, nice little move up, view up a little bit. Yeah. All right. Well, I got a video. I'll give my thoughts, I guess, in the video and recap the trades we did today. Still in some crappy futures trades potentially. I'll go over price targets and stuff on HLBZ. But thank you guys for your subscriptions and thumbs up today. Yeah, hit 38. Cheers. $39. Thanks, guys. And of course, thank you to Ace and Parker for those donos. Appreciate it, guys. Legends. Jump on our Discord if you haven't. Link for that's in the description. Oh, I didn't even pin it. What am I thinking? And follow us on Discord. Or not on Discord, on Twitter. Here's the Discord if you guys haven't. It's free to join everything. I don't have any paid thing in there. Thanks, Cold Shower. Thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Saleh. Yeah. All right. Yeah, we'll recap it on the watch list or on the daily trade recap. Thanks, Dink. Appreciate it, guys. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. GME is moving up, so don't frown.